Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mai ki te hui o te Koata Hātepe I tēnei rā. So welcome everybody today to the resumed meeting of the Regulatory Processes Committee. We do have quorum and I do believe in getting started. We also have Councillor Pena online and a very full program of hearings submitted today, which we're all looking forward to. Please, committee members, let me or Marcella know if you need to leave the meeting. And especially since at the moment we're only just got quorum. So I believe we're meant to be starting with Stephanie. She's online. Stephanie, welcome. Lovely to hear from you today. You have 5 minutes. It will go by incredibly quickly. The 5 minutes also needs to allow us to have some time for questions if you'd like that. So that needs to be included in the 5 minutes.
Certainly.
Over to you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I'm a Laube resident. I have 2 young children at Laube School, and I live in Endeavour Street, which is very close to some of the proposed traffic safety improvements. Overall, I'm supportive of everything that makes walking and cycling and getting around Laube easy. So I'm really supportive of additional crossing on Hātepe Road. I'm really supportive of changing some of the traffic flows to allow for safer access through the Kilburnie Hub shopping centre. Makes total sense. I do have concerns about the removal of a lot of parking down Hātepe Road and Coot Street for cycle lane access. Parking is an absolute premium in Laube right now. It's really hard for me to even get a park in my own street. And the parking report suggested that people could just park 5 to 10 minutes walk away from their homes, which is really impractical for people with mobility needs, young children, big loads of groceries, etc. And it did note particularly at night that there'd be less parking, and that is a worry. It's not the safest place to work around at night. I'm concerned for people on shift work and others that can't park close to their homes and having quite a hike to get there. And just lastly, I'll say I worked with a group of children at Laube School. They made their own submission. They were Year 5 children, and again, they wanted to get around the suburbs safely. More of them are driven to school than they would like because there's only one crossing in Laube, one at the far end of Hātepe Road. So that prevents a lot of parents feeling like it's safe for their children to walk to school. So they were supportive of the additional crossing and actually quite supportive of the proposed planter boxes in the streets to create the cul-de-sac. The children thought that was great. What they were worried about was that if you restrict access in some streets, it means that for those that still parking and walking, some of those streets are really unsafe, particularly Far Street, top of Tavistock Road, Queen's Drive. Diabolical to cross now, let alone if more parents are forced to park further away and get across those roads. And we did a traffic survey to that effect and noticed a lot of near misses and poor crossing practices and poor parking practices that make things quite dangerous for the children and their families. Those are my main points. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. You mentioned a lot of children that walk to school. Do you think that there are a few that bike and scooter? Would there likely be more with these proposals?
There are a lot of children that bike and scooter and move in March where there is an incentive to do so because you get stamps. It does drop off. So there's probably about spaces for 20 scooter racks and biking, and they may be full, but in a school of 300, you can kind of see that it does wax and wane. I hope more would. I hope more would do that if their parents felt like there was a safe egress to get there. Now you're kind of taking your life in your hands a little bit, depending how far away you live too. You might be crossing 7 or 8 roads, and some of them are really not safe to cross alone. My kids scooter, but I make them go the long way around up to the crossing. So, if they could get across Hātepe further down where I live, it would be 2 minutes. The way they do it's about 15. But they want to do it, so that's okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Stephanie? No? That's been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming.
Great, and good luck with the rest of it. I wanted the kids wanted to do a submission. I'm not sure if it's worked out because this is a teacher-only day today, but they were really supportive of getting around safe. So any improvements to that, I'm all for it. Just the parking. Yeah. Great. Thanks,
Okay,
everyone.
thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Right, so we're moving now to Neil, I think, who's here in the room. Neil, you're welcome to either go to the podium or come and sit at the end of the table there. We're perfectly comfortable with what works best for you.
I think I'll go to the podium. I've written a list down of my key points on my phone.
Okay, can you just make sure you do put the microphone up a wee bit, because people online won't hear unless...
Is that good?
Yeah, you don't need to be quite that bent over, but
right.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm here arguing against the Thorndon Connection cycle lane. My key points are that I've seen the proposed outline of it. If you're putting it on the New World side, it will block access for vehicles to go into New World. However, on the other side, it pretty much puts cyclists at risk of getting hit from traffic that are going onto the motorway. So that's pretty much like what I can see for that side. I've also got a few other points as well about cycleways that have already been built. So one of them is the Newtown cycle lane. I'll use that as an example. So that has been, it's affected local businesses and short-term hospital visitors because of the restriction of parking. So if you want to, say, go into the hospital and park up, say, visit someone in there, there's no street parking for that. As for the Bowen Street one, that one, again, the car parking, people who are working there, the locals who need to work, they are restricted from, well, parking their cars. So, all in all, from what I can see, it just inconveniences a lot of motorists, and this Thorndon one does put cyclists at risk as well. And added to that, I've seen a lot of bad behaviour on the roads from cyclists, such as running red lights, running over pedestrian crossings when pedestrians are actually on the crossings. They've ducked onto the other side of the road, ducked into roadwork sites. They just seem to think it's a free rein to, break road rules and make everyone unsafe.
Oh, thank you. I do have a question.
Yeah.
So what's your primary relationship? You seem to know quite a bit about the Thorndon situation. What's your primary relationship to that area?
So I live on Tinakori Road, and I also work on Hutt Road. So
Okay.
I am a Thorndon resident, and I drive to work and back and use that road quite a bit, and also the supermarket too.
And I'm interested in your view that it's safer on the left versus the right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ridden, does this come from you having ridden personally there, or is it just sort of an observation?
So it's an observation from driving. And I've also seen on I know it might sound a bit stupid, but I've seen on a Facebook post about the New World versus Wellington City Council complaints. So that's where I've got that information from.
Okay. Councillor Nuruddin, Councillor Abdurrahman has a question as well.
Cool. Jonathan, I think I was reading your Okay, Neil. I was reading your submission, one other submission is probably not yours,
Yeah.
where they say we should only be consulting those who live on the street that we are putting a cycle in. And you live on Tinakori, but you are giving submission for streets in Newtown, and also you just commented on some other cycle lanes.
Yeah.
What is your take on, do we all have the right to do a submission on those streets that proposed, or only specific to those people who live on those streets?
I'd say that anyone who uses those roads or that area does have a right to speak on the changes. So, for example, the Newtown residents, Wellington residents, they would have had a chance to speak on the Newtown cycleway. And it's the same with Bowen Street. you know, if people are driving up and down that street on a daily basis, whether they work there or live in the area, they can still speak on that behalf. That's from what I can say.
So my part to that is, how do you see for people who want their children to be biking to the school, people who want to be feeling safe when they go to their work? They feel currently they don't feel, and some of them they are not confident enough, and they request this. They want to feel safe when they go to work. And how do you think we're gonna achieve that? And when climate change is also a big issue, by not taking a bit of the car parks currently we have.
So I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question, but yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Can you please repeat it?
So how do you think we can make safe for children who want to go to school by not making, dedicated cycle lane? How do you think, is that possible? Do you think it's safe for people to bike to their work or to school? Because it seems, from my understanding, is that you are against the cycle lane, the one on Owen Street, and again on the Molesworth as well. How do you think we can make it safe for them while we're keeping the car parks?
Maybe do a bridge or something that goes over there, like a specific cycle lane dedicated bridge that goes over the road and then back down.
Okay.
That could be an idea if it gets your attention.
Okay.
And it'll be a standalone sort of bridge, so cyclists can use it whenever they need.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for your local knowledge and the time you've taken to come and give your views. It's appreciated. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak.
Okay. I think now we've got Graham in person. Is that right? Yeah. Graham, do you mind if we take you a little bit out of order? You weren't due to speak to us for a wee while, but we're happy to have you now because you're here.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my name's Graham Taylor. I live in Never Street, Lowell Bay. I've got a garage backing onto the Anne Gilway pathway, and when it was getting set up, I was allowed. The council gave me permission to keep the garage because my wife is in a wheelchair, and it's she can't get around too well, and it's great help. I'm just hoping that when this happens, that we'll be able to keep the access to the garage. As for the changes to Onapū Road, it seems such a wide street already, and I've walked up and down there quite a few times and seen cars parked on the side of the road, cyclists going, cars going past. Yeah. And if they put cycleways up there like they're going to, it's going to cause more congestion in the adjacent streets, and people won't be able to park outside their own houses anymore. Yeah. That's about it, really.
I think we understand you're making the point that you're concerned about the loss of car parking. Is that right?
Yes, well...
And in particular your garage, which I can assure you is... I don't think there's any question that's staying.
It's safe, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
We're not taking away anybody's access to garages, but we are going to be looking at on-street car parking. That's true. Yeah. Are there any? Have you said what you'd like to say? Are you interested to see if there are questions, or do you have more you'd like to say?
I think I've got it all written down. Do you take this?
Yes, we do read the written submissions.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, because I have got some pictures of the garage access and that, and it's been there for years, and yeah.
I might suggest you might like to just speak with our staff on that particular matter later.
Yeah.
But how many people do have garages like yourself in this area of Onapū Road? What would be?
It's just off Onapū Road. There's an entrance. There's two other houses there, but I'm the only one with the garage. But the other one's got a little driveway that she parks the car in there sometimes, not very often, you know. Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions from the committee for Graham? No. Yes, we do have one from Councillor McNulty.
Sorry, it's a point if it comes up a bit. What year was your garage built, and what are you using it for storing? Is it for vehicles, or is it just
Vehicle.
Yeah.
Vehicle access, yes.
Do you know what year it was built? Was it Is it a relatively new garage, or?
No, it's been there for years. Yeah, when they were setting up the walkway, we had a meeting with the council, and they said, no, you can have access to that garage, seeing it's there, already there. And we have been using it ever since. I use it every day. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Do I go now?
Well, I was going to ask a question since
no,
you're
that's
here.
all right.
I think you're right in that people value their garages and they're worried about parking.
Yes.
Is there more, down Onipu Road, because this is more about Onipu Road than your particular situation, down Onipu Road, is there more scope for people to somehow get a bit more off-street parking, in your view? Like pull their cars off the road and onto the fronts of their sections or build garages. Is there a scope to do that?
When I walk down there, I see quite a few garages, but there is quite a few garages there, but a lot of people do park their cars on the side of the road as well, so yeah. Probably haven't answered the question.
Oh, no, that's fine. Well, thank you for your concerns and bringing them to us. I think in this case we can probably provide you with a bit of reassurance, and it seems like this has been your big worry. So I think we can provide some reassurance there. And thank you for coming, Graham.
That's all right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, we have Jonathan in person. Hello, Jonathan. You have 5 minutes to speak, and that needs to include questions if you'd like to allow some time for that.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, councillors. I won't be long. I'd like to speak in support of my submission. I'm generally supportive of the proposed changes as a walker and a car driver and as a bike rider. As a bus user, I have a suggestion about the Mosler Street because the two bus stops that are proposed to be left are quite far apart on Mosler Street. So I would recommend you leave one bus stop halfway up Mosler Street, just for the access to the middle part of Mosler Street. I'm really happy that the council have decided to put in a separate space for bikes, as I've seen submissions before suggesting that bikes can share Mosler Street as long as it's just a 30k zone, and I'm not able to bike up to 30k's up the hill, so there's still that conflict between the different speeds between a bike and motorised traffic. So I'd much prefer the separate lane, even if it's 30k's an hour uphill. On Kilbirnie, it also looks pretty good. I'd like to thank you for getting on with the Onipu Road and Rangatai Road intersection, especially as someone who uses that the bus hub. Having those crossings there, the missing crossings there, is quite nice. I've heard a lot of submissions from Lyell Bay residents in particular about car parking on Onipu Road. I understand their concerns, and I'd like to suggest that I would be happy with the council installing angle parking on the side streets, such as Apu Crescent, Far Street, and Endeavour Street. They are quite wide and quiet, so I think that would be suitable for that. What else? Oh, and yeah, I've heard some residents talk about Freiburg Street as an alternative. Well, that would be nice, but Freiburg Street doesn't actually connect to the Leona Gill Path or Evans Bay Parade very well. So yeah, other than that, I'm generally supportive, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any questions? Yes, one from Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Jonathan. Just building on this idea that if we reduce the speed limits, that's sufficient for cyclists. Cycling around Wellington, in your experience, where we already have these 30k zones, do you feel drivers are complying with them, or is it sort of just a suggestion more than?
Well, yeah, that's the speed of drivers is mostly dependent on the street environment. So if it's a busy street, narrow, then drivers are more likely to drive at 30k or less, and I would be more confident with sharing with traffic then. But on, say, Victoria Street, for example, it's a very wide, fast street, so it's very difficult for drivers to keep to the 30k limit. Yeah.
I just had a quick one about the bus stops. So basically your submission says that you prefer to keep the bus stops as they are currently.
Either that or combine the two ones that they're proposing to take out, combine them into one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Bus stop that serves the middle section of Mosel Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're definitely saying there's a need for a bus stop in that middle section somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions? Iona, did you have a Councillor Pannett? No. Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. You've been very clear and it's been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. So we have John Marshall online. Welcome, John.
Morning, team. How's everyone?
We're well. No, we're just putting the time up for you. You get 5 minutes. It does go by very, very quickly. And that needs to include questions if you'd like us to ask some.
Cool. So thank you for the opportunity to speak and put into the proposals. I've lived in Lyell Bay for over 10 years in Onipu Road. My children attend the local schools. I'm active volunteering at the school, across the community, sports facilities, sports grounds, clubs. It's a great suburb, local cafes and shops, etc. While removal of parks is clearly inconvenient for many and, as we've heard, severely limiting and business threatening for others, my primary concern is safety, and that of mixing the existing heavy traffic modes of buses, trucks, service vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, delivery, couriers, supermarkets, entrance, exits, etc., across a high throughput and high accident area. According to the studies provided as part of the Council's publications, Onipu Road incurred 36 intersection accidents over the window of the study, with 21 of these in the two intersections around that 8 busy entry and exit points of the short stretch between Onipu and Coates. The plans for Onipu Rongotai intersection show the cycle lanes end before these intersections, and cyclists are expected to merge with existing traffic and clash with pedestrians crossing to join behind the bus sheds, and this just feels like a recipe for disaster, as we've kind of seen outside the hospital in Newtown. Especially for less accomplished cyclists and children heading to schools and the parks and the rec facilities, or to and from those rec facilities in that area. I walk Onipu Road and Lyell Parade most days and drive them on occasion and experience the complexity and anxiety of all of the intersections and crossing those. This is without the added mix of the traffic added due to the calming measures and squeezing more modes into that already busy area. I've heard a few submissions talk about anger and safety, and I believe these designs will build frustrations and anger over the poor design choices, and I believe the choice of squeezing the busiest and heavy traffic road for all traffic modes is a poor design decision, especially with the public transport stopping in lane. The advent of electric cars in a city like Wellington should be strongly considered, and the proximity of the power requirements in mind for considerations for our carbon future. Traffic calming, consider the school. I do school patrol a couple of times a week, and I see frustrated parents drive around the block to find space to pick up their children and rat runners speeding past the school. Adding the frustration and reducing or reduced safety of U-turns and double parking, I think it was just, again, a recipe for disaster. Including this, tsunami zones and emergency vehicles has proper consideration and analysis being done if there's an event where these are required. If Onipu Road is blocked, as an example, how are people meant to move around the suburb? So consideration for that. Just a question came up before around off-street parking. Seen a couple of people pull down their fences and park on their lawns, which is not a great look for or particularly safe option for our suburb. Some suggestions. So as Mike presented on Friday, Lower Bay has a lot of parallel streets running parallel to Onipu. We've got the existing bike paths and Freiburg as an example, and wouldn't it be great if we used something like this, an area like Freiburg, to provide a dedicated space for cycling where cyclists and pedestrians are priority over cars, and I just can't see that happening on Onipu Road. I guess mixing bikes into the traffic calming zones is also a suggestion.
Oh, is he frozen? Oh. John,
Can you,
you've just come back. You froze for a little bit.
Okay, you're going to restart my timer?
Oh, no, we'll allow a little bit of leeway for that, but if you want to resume, yeah.
Sure. I was just saying about the parallel paths. So we've got the Leone Gill pathway, we've got Freiburg, which is a nice calm street. Why not connect these paths and instead of squeezing a mix of heavy traffic into the growing busier Onipu. And I was just sort of suggesting, imagine a dedicated bike lane on Freiburg into Queen's Drive using those parallel streets connected to the schools, into Childers Terrace, the existing Wellington cycle connections, and potentially using Bay Road as a sort of a shared pedestrian and cycle area. Yeah, so in summary, I feel we will need to be considerate of all traffic types. However, I feel these cycleways are planned to be very specific to experienced city commute cycling traffic and not for all, as is stated as a primary goal of the council. And therefore recommend the council look to calmer streets and map to the existing cycleway connections which run parallel to Onipu to provide safe, dedicated cycle paths for all. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will allow a question. We're technically out of time, but we had a wee pause there. Wasn't too long. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So do you think that the current proposal will help encourage more people or more children to perhaps cycle to school rather than be dropped off by their parents?
I wouldn't feel safe putting my children on Onipu Road with all of those intersections. I see people going across Onipu Road when I'm walking the streets most days, and it's just, again, with all of those accident intersections, I think it's a poor choice for mixing those types of traffic.
Thank you.
And the majority of kids I see cycle on the footpath because the paths around Onipu are nice and wide. So having more crossings across the street, I think the kids will probably stick to the footpaths.
Okay, well, thank you for that local knowledge. It's been helpful. And thank you for coming and speaking to us today. It's appreciated.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I think we're up to Robin, who's online. Welcome, Robin. Maybe not. We do have Urmila here. Urmila, would you like to come and speak to us now? We were meant to be having you a little bit later, but you're here, and the other person seems to be a little bit of a glitch with them being here. So, welcome. It's nice to see you.
Welcome, and kia ora to everyone.
Now it's 5 minutes. That's time.
I just wanted to say Eid Mubarak to Councillor Nuruddin there as well. You've got 5 minutes, you're on?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know when you're going to start. Should I just start?
Yes, go
Okay.
for it.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Consultation floundered for Newtown to the city, and a multitude of examples are resurfacing in the area of Thorndon. The Newtown to City cycleway has caused businesses to move out of the area, shut down, or has left them struggling. The same pattern already manifesting in Tinakori Road. The result, businesses in Petone and Hutt Valley are now experiencing substantial growth because customers, patients and clients can get parking to meet their needs to shop when and where they want. Wellington's loss, Porirua and Hutt Valley's gain, and along with the businesses goes the pressure of reduced assumed additional emissions created in these areas. Patients circle Newtown to try and meet their outpatients or auxiliary care appointments after burning their fuels. They must return home only to be given an option of a video call, which suits very little purpose, as the key important part of an appointment is the nuance of a face-to-face meeting of both patient and consultants. How is this relevant, you may ask? Wellington Hospital and the Botanic Gardens are for all New Zealanders to utilise, but now the council have placed a barrier that impinges on safe access to these places that will reduce visitors to the gardens and the hospital, already indicated on sales during events held in Thorndon to date. Thorndon, like Newtown, has historical significance and adds greatly to the number of interesting places for New Zealanders and visitors to explore. The botanical gardens and architecture of the area are just two of the main features and facilities that attract a large number of visitors. In Newtown, the city cycleway accidents have increased. In the 40-plus years, there has never been a 5-car pile-up at the John Street intersection, nor a near miss, but in the last 3 months and on opening of the cycle lanes respectively, these accidents occurred. Further, due to barren paths and streets, crimes have increased, and we have violent instances of abusive behaviour from cyclists. Let me draw your attention to the fatality experienced on Tinakori Road with roading changes instigated for the cycleways. Let's Get Wellington Moving tout that Newtown to the city will be the largest buy-up of land the government has ever attempted in the years of New Zealand governance. This includes the heritage buildings that, under compulsion of continuous regulation changes by the council, the owners were made to restore and further strengthen. Owner investors complied, hoping their investment lasts at least 50 years, therefore spreading large expenses of the required improvements over the same. Why is this relevant to Thorndon? In Newtown, it will be the heritage buildings that will be met with bulldozers and land banking by authorities and government. Thorndon, like Newtown, is heavily invested with heritage buildings that will face similar upheaval at most, or at least become underutilised heritage buildings with no economic worth. Facing what Newtown is facing, what appears to be a deliberate plan to reduce property values to enable and cheap buyback of authorities. My third oral submission to Council concludes with the question I have asked of it last year, directed at the then Mayor Andy Foster, first asked by Thorndon Collective to the same a few years back. Today I ask the Council and hope I get to ask the Mayor Tory Whānau the same. Have the officers carried out an in-depth economic analysis of the impact of the cycleways on the Wellington medical and financial powerhouse of the city along the main arterials, including a reassessment of the population growth and city usage? Australia is beckoning. It is for my
woman speaking.
day. Huh?
I don't think it is.
Sorry?
It's all right. We will make sure that gets fixed, and we will allow you a bit of extra leeway for the interruption.
Okay. It is for me Groundhog Day, and I would suggest from my observations, the Newtown City cycleways are underutilised, and I feel the same looking at Thorndon. Wellington badly needs additional money that Wellington City Council is using from central government to fund cycleways. I hope the government generosity will provide funding for potable water, sewer and roading supply and maintenance, removing total burden of their future maintenance and supply from falling on ratepayers. I look forward to the outcome of Foodstuff's outcry of litigation, as this seems to be the only way attention is given, even though it is steamrolled in the end. I implore you to reconsider the ongoing rollout of planned cycleways. It is giving impetus to businesses' demise that will in turn reduce the societal attractiveness of the city and inhibit more needed growth in Wellington. All of the large ratio of commercial rates versus residential is under threat for council. No opportunities as the young entrepreneurs, experienced business minds and mentors filled with business hopes are leaving as they simply can't get close face-to-face nuance gap to close their face-to-face nuance gap for customers, clients, patients arriving with nowhere to park, dollars exiting the city and supply chains the same. Questions, please.
Are there questions from the committee? I do have one, Umila, and my question is really, do you see that there is already restrictions on people finding parks? And if so, what can we do about that? Because we can't necessarily just make more parks.
I think the issue is really the poor design. I don't have an issue with cycles. I don't have an issue with cycle lanes. I have an extreme issue with the design. And if the officers could sit around a table, I'm sure we can come up with something better.
All right, well, thank you for that, and thank you for coming for the third time to council, and we do appreciate the time you've taken and the points you've made. Thank you, Umila. All righty. Now, do we have the other submitter, Robin? Is Robin online now?
Yeah.
Yes, good.
Done.
Welcome.
Hi. I am sorry for the delay.
That's all right.
But hello, my name is Robin, and I have lived in Coot Street for 40 years. In that time, I have seen many changes. As it is now, the street is now flowing fine. I don't see why we need to have the changes. But as an old person, I find that by having no parking outside my house, from the fish and chip shop to the dairy, how am I going to stop and unload my car? How am I going to get in and out of my house? And I'm concerned about the parking. There's a lot of parking in Coot Street, and where are those cars going to park? I went to a meeting at the sports centre and spoke to some councillors, to the project people there, and they told me that there would be no problem with the cars. There was plenty of room for the cars to park in the side streets, and that Rongotai College was happy with people with the car parking, but I hear Rongotai College is not happy. I've listened to the meetings for the last 2 days, and I find that Rongotai is not happy. Also, I heard them saying that Rita Rangus was happy with the parking changes down there, but then when I rang them the next day after the meeting, they told me they hadn't had a meeting with the council yet. That was still to come. So I felt that when I went to the meeting, there was lack of information for me, really, for them to say that Rongotai was happy, Rongotai are not. And also, there's nothing wrong with the way the street flows now. We've already got a cycle lane on each side of the street, and the trucks, there's not so many big trucks as there used to be, and the traffic flows up and down Coot Street fine. And I've been there, as I said, for 40 years, and I've seen all the changes. We've now got the shops in Lyall Bay, and the traffic, there is a lot of traffic. And we have the pedestrian crossing, which I believe is going to be raised, which is great. And I just think that, are you considering old people? And have you thought about old people that can't ride bikes? What do we do? Am I allowed to park on the cycle lane to unload my shopping? Am I allowed to have a taxi pick me up outside my house? Or do I have to think about moving? Are you trying to get rid of old people? Do I have to think of moving after living there for 40 years and seeing a lot of changes? Do I have to think of moving? Is that what the cycle lanes are about? That's a question that I have. Can anybody answer that for me?
So, Robin, I do have a question for you when you're finished.
Right.
Are you finished?
Well, 12 years ago, I went through a very stressful time of where they were going to put the cycle lanes in Coot Street, and they were shifting the cars then because there was going to be bus stops. But after all that stress and all of the changes that were going to happen, then we got the bus hub in Kilburnie, and the bus hub started. And when I rang the project manager to ask him where the buses were, because they were shifting the cars to make the bus stops safer, he then told me that, I said, well, there's no buses come down here now. He said, I'll have to find out. So he found out that there was no buses. So I would really like to make sure that this time the right hand knows what the left hand's doing, or do I just have to go through all the stress and wait and see what happens? I just wonder what, I'm not against cycleways because we've got Leonegill Cycleway, we've got the cycleway down Rongotai Road. We've got a lot of cycle lanes, and I see the people trying to stick to those. But then, are the cyclists allowed to ride on the footpath as well, or I just I don't understand.
So, Robin, can you make the last points because we are rapidly running out of time?
So if I have the cycle lane outside my house, am I allowed to park on it to unload my shopping or to get picked up?
Yeah.
Or do
you? My question was actually, do you have an off-street park where you are in Coot Street? Do you have a garage or a car pad on your property?
I do have a garage, but I can't carry my shopping from my garage to my house, to my front gate. And at night, I can't park in my garage and walk along the street to get home. I'm old. And, when you get old, you get scared of the dark. You can't, it's too far for me to walk. So I have that sort of problem as well. But I'm just worried about the cycle lane actually taking over all these parks. And if you go out at 6...
So just to clarify, because we're rapidly running out of time, and Councillor Calvert just wanted to clarify, is your garage on your property?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. That has been helpful. We do appreciate the points you've made, and we are considering everything very carefully. And thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we had to cut it a bit short, but everybody's in the same situation. It's not very much time. So we've got Catherine now in person. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome to come to the podium or sit at the table, whatever's more comfortable. It is 5 minutes. It does go by quite quickly.
That's okay. Sure.
And it's useful to allow a little bit of spare time if you can for a few questions. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Turn that up again now.
Okay. Good morning.
Right. Good morning. Right, we can get started.
Okay. My name is Kathy Boyce. I am part of the Thorndon Community Group. I've either lived or worked in Thorndon Community since 1990. My submission is one of 1,200. We are very concerned citizens. We feel we are not being listened to or considered. Thorndon is a community and we care for it. I oppose the Thorndon Connections proposal. In particular, I oppose the protected cycleways, removal of car parks and one-way proposals for Kate Shepherd Place and limited vehicle access to Pipitea Street. The proposal is badly planned, too complex and ill-considered for the Thorndon area. The Thorndon Parliamentary Precinct should be a showcase to the nation of sound urban planning and sensible solutions to transport and not access to a dangerous, narrow-minded, rapid rollout. This proposal is both unnecessary and unsafe, especially for pedestrians. There has not been any cycling accidents in Molesworth Street in the last 10 years, whereas there have been significant pedestrian accidents, including my mother-in-law. Sorry, take that personally. The real safety concern is the speed of both vehicles and cycles, a 30k speed, sensible, absolutely agree with that. The proposal will restrict access to the Thorndon area for vulnerable purposes, especially mobility impaired, the elderly, families and school children. I do not believe a lot of school children will ride with cycleways included. The negative impact on local small businesses is significant and has not been considered at any point. This proposal has not considered the many schools in the area. It has not considered the construction sites or the New World supermarket vehicle traffic. It has not considered access to the National Library, churches, the courts, pharmacies, medical centre or the New Zealand Archives. It does not consider the temporary bus parking or residence access. The proposed one-way street forces vehicles back to CBD to access both motorway and neighbouring suburbs. There will be more congestion and incumbent danger, especially to vulnerable pedestrians. Kate Shepherd Place is likely, and I know will, become gridlocked throughout the day. The loss of bus stops and the floating bus stops, which expose people to protected cycleways as a hazard, discourage public transport at a time when we are trying to change commuters' modes to transport away from cars. Please slow down the rapid rollout, conduct effective planning and good faith consultation and get it right. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Gosh, thank you. We have allowed time for questions, so we're going to have Councillor Calvert first.
Thank you, Kathy, for coming in. I've heard some comments that this cycleway is not that controversial, or that there's not that many people against it. What's your views on that?
Okay, so we had, as you may or may not know, we had 1,200 people that actually wrote in the submission and very, very against it. They're all Thorndon-based, and quite a few of them obviously work or live next door down Kate Shepherd Place. So I'm not quite sure where. I mean, your facts and figures are obviously different to ours, but talking to the public, and we talked to them a lot, I've actually sat outside the backbencher and tried to count how many cycles actually go up there when it's raining. So that's just my fact, but we've got our facts, and it's all written in paper that was submitted to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Kathy. You said in your submission that you didn't think kids would use the network. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Sure. So I've spoken to quite a few children. Some will go to Queen Margaret, some will go to St Mary's, some go to Wellington Girls, and quite a few of the young kids, children, go to Thorndon Primary School. Now, out of probably 200, and that's through the parents that I know, I probably know of one child that will use a bike. Other than that, none of them are going to be biking. A lot of them come from Wadestown or Thorndon Ways, and they're not going to go up and down that hill. So that's just my personal, and people that I have gone to verbally to ask within the 4 schools within the Thorndon area.
Thank you.
We have one from Councillor McNulty too.
Just since we're talking about schools, it made me think on Friday we had the Wellington Girls College Enviro Club submit, and Maddie made clear that there'd been quite a few incidents where they'd had students who'd been car doored coming down Molesworth Street, but it wasn't serious enough that they'd report it, they'd kind of take the scratches and move on. So what could we do differently to help those children, in your opinion?
So were you saying they were cycling or they were walking?
Cycling is what they're said.
Children?
Yeah, that's what Maddie from Wellington Girls College
I've never, in the last probably 5 years, seen a Wellington Girls College girl go that way, because it seems quite strange that they leave Wellington College to go all the way around and then come up Molesworth Street. So I find that quite
Sorry,
strange.
it might be Mulgrave, not Molesworth. I'm conflating the two there. So coming down Mulgrave, sorry.
I don't know, but I mean, you can do, I think for the big thing for us is Molesworth Street, that we just want it on the left-hand side, not the right-hand side of that side. And I guess it's just awareness of everybody, but it doesn't matter where you are, whether you have a cycle lane or not a cycle lane. You just have to be aware.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Catherine. That's it was good to allow time for those questions, because I think we pulled out a bit of extra information. Thank you. Right, so we are now up to morning tea. We're up to morning tea. So we will resume at 10:30.
Oh, sorry,
11. So we do have a bit of a gap, because I think there's been a couple of people who haven't arrived. So 11 o'clock. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone back. Thanks to the committee members for promptly being here. And thank you to the public participants. And I'm going to welcome Dolores to speak to us for 5 minutes. It does go by very quickly, Dolores, and if you want us to be able to ask questions, that has to fit into the 5-minute slot. So, but welcome.
All right.
And it's over to you.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Dolores Janiewski, and I'm not just an individual. I'm a citizen of New Zealand, even though my accent doesn't suggest so. I'm also a ratepayer and a person from the over 65, and I think that a great deal of what is going on in the Thorndon issue is, in some sense, privatizing public space and depriving various members of the public from access to some key public institutions. There doesn't seem to be awareness on the part of the City Council that it's not just people who live in Wellington who are being affected by access to the Parliament and the removal of 150 parking spaces. Getting to be able to testify to Parliament or to talk to members of Parliament. And there's also the National Library and the Archives New Zealand. As a historian, I'm very aware of the difficulties of access to those institutions. And I think this parking situation prioritizes those who are fit and able to ride bicycles, primarily young men, and not people like myself who had trouble with when I went because of my hip of even getting over a bike, onto a bike. And I cannot see that this is going to actually serve the needs of every member of the public. I also think privatizing parking and turning it over to Wilson is also not taking into account the ratepayers who are going to ultimately bear the cost of helping a private business operate and depriving the public of access. It also doesn't seem to be taking into account electric cars, which also need a place to park, and that doesn't seem to be there or present at all in the kind of calculations. There's a kind of condescending tone in the whole report that suggests that bike riders are the superior beings and other people who can't ride bikes or need to do other things are not, are inferior, and they should not be deprived and forced to be bike riders when many of us cannot. And I also think there's a bias towards those who can afford $2,000 electric bikes, among other things. So I think that doesn't take into account all the needs of the public, including those of, like myself, who have difficulty with mobility, not because we're disabled, but because we are old and our hips or our knees don't work. And that seems to be completely overlooked, even though we do pay rates. And likewise, for my daughter, who is a cafe owner, I'm quite aware of how these various issues are detrimental to businesses in Wellington, and ultimately will have no reason for even going into town. So the bike riders can ride everywhere, but there's going to be no reason to ride. And I think there isn't a fully taking into full account all of those different issues in this plan. And I do think the public access to public spaces, particularly in a democracy, is one of the most important elements that isn't there and doesn't seem to be even addressed adequately. So I will now stop. I've said my piece, and if anybody has any questions to ask me, I can show you how I can lift my hip or not. I can bend my knees or not. I can try to dodge bicycles when I'm trying to catch a bus and tell you about how difficult that is at different times. I've had many experiences, and not to mention the bus system that isn't a system. Okay, anyone have any questions to ask?
I'm just looking around. Yes, we have one from Councillor Randall.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I take it as an historian you actually visit that area quite often, like archives and National Library, is that correct?
Yes, and I often only have short periods of time to do it in on account of I have teaching, getting down there and up and so forth. But I've also been involved in trying to meet members of Parliament over the issues such as the removal of all the international books from the National Library, among other interests that I have. And I think that's an important part of Wellington that needs to be taken into consideration.
Yes, as a regular visitor there, I think your point about it being a place where a lot of people from outside Wellington will want to go. As someone who's been in such as the National Library archives and such like, can you give us an idea of the sort of numbers of people from outside that you observed to be wanting to come in there that probably didn't cycle in?
I mean, the members of those institutions would need to be able to tell you those things. I'm not, it would be very anecdotal. But I do know that people from outside Wellington who are parts of the New Zealand public are not likely to be bicycle riders. And I know that I calculated that there are about 600 people who would be denied access from the 150 park spaces, just if there's one person in a car over a day. And I don't know how that actually operates, but I have gone there to talk to members of parliament and often have to do it within the constraints of other work. And I think people from outside would have even more difficulty in that regard.
I'm afraid we've run out of time, but thank you very much, Dolores.
All right.
Thank you. We're moving to Grant. You're very welcome to be at the podium or sitting down at the table with us. It's your choice. And as I said to the others, it's 5 minutes. It does go by quickly.
Thank you very much. So it feels like I'm giving a lecture, which I'll try. I'll try very hard not to do. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission. My name's Grant Johnson. I've lived in the Molesworth Street, Murphy Street area for almost 25 years. And I'm a very keen cyclist. I was out for 6 hours in the weekend across 2 days in and around Wellington. Loved it. And I know those streets very well as a cyclist, but also as someone who walks to work, as a driver, and as a person who takes public transport quite a lot. As a cyclist, I'm all in favour of bike lanes, green markings, things where sensible that help keep bikes safe and so on. But I'm actually opposed to the Thorndon plan, partly because I think, well, not partly, because I think that these proposals have significant costs, and actually I struggle to see what the benefits are. So I walk down either Murphy Street or Molesworth Street every day to work. Not many people ride those streets. I would see more people on one number 14 bus than bike the streets. And you might say, well, that's because there's no bike lane. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think many more people will bike because of this. And I'm not sure it's going to be better for existing cyclists either, because if I was just biking up there yesterday. I thought I'd do a sort of dry run of going back up Molesworth. I usually try and avoid Molesworth Street only because there's a little rise at the beginning, which I always hate. But if I'm biking up on this new bike lane, I'll be on the right-hand side of the road coming up past the back bencher. It's fine. But then I just think the part where you cross the supermarket is going to be very, very problematic. I walk past there every day anyway, and it's a difficult bit of getting in and out on both sides, actually, on Molesworth Street and Murphy Street. It kind of works at the moment because everyone's in slow motion. Walkers walk across very carefully. People coming out, it's hard to see, but if people are walking very slowly, you can kind of move in and out of the cars. It's not great. If you add one more lane, which is cyclists, some of whom will be on electric bikes and going 30 kilometres an hour, I just think that's going to be a very, very difficult. I wouldn't like to do it either I would go very, very slowly past there as a biker, and as a walker and a car driver, I think it's going to be a problem. So I go past there, I go past the police headquarters, then I've got to stop, push my bike across the road to the other side, and then I've got to go up in about 25 metres. I've got to merge into a lane which wants to come across me to turn left, because that lane's no longer going to go straight ahead. Then I've got to get into the next lane, which is going to go straight ahead. So I've got to do this manoeuvre across traffic, which is coming across me. I just don't see that that's really that much safer or better for a biker than the current situation. And then there's, of course, the costs, which are not trivial. And if you divide by the number of new people you think might be bikers because of this, I think you know, if you're spending 250 million, and look, so I'm not opposed to all of that at all. But if you think I'm going to get 1,000 new bikers out of this, that's 250,000 per biker. I just think some of those numbers don't really add up. And then we're back to the car park. So I agree with Dolores, who I don't know, but I completely agree. People who are parking there are not people who just want to, you know, destroy the planet. Or they're people who want to go to the doctor at Thorndon Medical Centre. They're people who want to pick up their prescription from the 2 chemists there. People who want to go to Parliament or want to go to the National Library. They want to go to church. So I think there is a real cost to these parks. 150 parks is a lot of parks. Sorry, now I've got 40 seconds.
A question as well, so from Councillor Calvert.
Go for it.
Okay.
Thank you, and you obviously know the area really well. One of the things I've become aware of is all the construction going on over the next couple of years with 61 Molesworth Archives and also Kate Shepherd Place. And I understand a lot of the lanes are going to be continually moved
Get to the
parking
question
reduced.
quickly.
So can you tell me how you think that will benefits, you know, how will cyclists be able to cope with all that change that's going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years?
Sorry, I just haven't given it a single thought. I don't know what's going to happen as a result of that. I've seen the work being done there behind the cathedral, but I don't know how it's going to affect the road.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, well, thank you for that, and thank you for your first-hand experience and for trialling it. Okay, thank you. Right, so we're moving to Chris. Thank you. Chris, you were here, I'm sure, when you heard what I said to the others, so
yes,
we'll just...
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right.
Not often that happens, is it? Usually leave it to others.
Making your mark on it. Right.
I don't start just yet, yeah. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Chris Tukuingoa. I was born and raised in Te Whanganui Atara. I have been a Thorndon resident for over a decade. I walk, drive the streets that are the subject of the plan. I frequently use public transport. I've been a cyclist in the past. I'm in mute admiration of Grant before me. So I've got 4 points really: public transport impacts, safety concerns, traffic flow and alternative options. And I'll be as brief as I can be, having reworked things. I oppose the removal of 2 bus stops in Molesworth Street. The fact that this change has been proposed to increase travel times means that passengers are getting on and off buses at those stops. Now, while the stops in Molesworth Street are relatively close together, anyone who's walked up Molesworth Street on a wet and windy Wellington day will know that it is not a great place to be in inclement weather. In contrast to public transport, this is an area with little cover, and cycling is not an equitable mode of transport. It's not suitable for citizens with disabilities, it's not suitable for the elderly or for the very young. Buses, on the other hand, support all these groups. We should be maintaining and increasing the convenience and accessibility of public transport, not removing these important enablers. I completely concur with the previous speaker about the safety concerns at the entrances and exits to the Thorndon New World supermarket, and I'm surprised not to see them specifically covered in the safety and accessibility audit for the project. It's my daily experience as both a pedestrian and as a driver that these are high conflict areas where people struggle, and as Grant before me said, we get by because there's a lot of give and take and a lot of going on. You add a lane on the inside, another lane with cycles potentially travelling at high speed, and you've got a recipe for disaster. This needs real attention. While not the subject of my submission, or not a part of my submission, I think if you wish to increase pedestrian safety in this area, you could usefully consider pedestrian crossings at May Street and Aitken Street on Molesworth Street. Both these areas are places where you have to look over your shoulder to see oncoming cars. In terms of traffic flow, I'm not sure what detailed traffic analysis you've done at the Mulgrave-Tinakori intersection heading north, but there are queues there that form every day, and I think there's real finesse maybe in the numbers of cars turning left. You've now proposing a cycle lane where you've got to join it early in order not to have a late merge. I think there's a lot going on there, folks, and I hope there's going to be some specific attention to traffic numbers there, not just average travel details for cars on Tinakori or Mulgrave. In terms of alternative options, while there would obviously be some nominal increase in safety with traffic lanes, I'm not aware of any data that suggests that this is an unsafe area for cyclists, even in the current 50km/h speed limit. And the plans are intended for confident intermediate cyclists who I do not believe need the extent of measures that are proposed. I'm therefore surprised that the range of options considered for Molesworth and Mulgrave did not include or did not consider the creation of a low-speed shared coexistence zone, for example 30km/h. As the previous speaker has said, the current plans will be extremely expensive to implement and result in the loss of over $500,000 a year in ongoing costs of parking revenue for the city. I'm not opposed to fewer cars, to less parking or more bikes, but the city faces financial challenges on a number of fronts, and I don't believe the long-term gains are there in this plan for the city or for cyclists. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Very well thought through, and you condensed it down beautifully. Any questions? Oh, Tony, Councillor Randall.
You're right, Tony.
Yes, when it comes to looking at this, you say it's reasonably safe. Are you really what you're really saying is that the benefits you haven't seen the benefits, but the costs are there? Do you think that if they just put a slow speed limit in there and not protected cycleways, would that provide the improvements that are needed for pedestrians and cyclists?
I believe it would be a great starting point. I'm a big fan of experiments. So why not conduct a low-cost experiment to lower the speed zone to 30km/h, put up some signage which makes it clear, just like we do on the waterfront where we have a shared cycle pedestrian zone. Everyone's really clear, I think, from markings on the footpath and pavement area that's a shared zone. So introduce awareness for the participants that it's a shared zone. To be honest, your cyclists and your scooter riders, they're going to be on the footpath in a lot of cases anyway, regardless of whether you have a cycle zone or not. Sorry, that's my experience walking this town. So I would suggest that you start there, very low cost, see what the impacts are, and then see if you need to go further.
Okay, we're going to squeeze in one extra question from Councillor Pannett. Can you make it quick, though?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your good submission. I'm just wondering if you consider that the costs of climate change are a significant factor in decision making, as well as the cost of losing parking revenue. Thank you.
Yes, I think climate change is a critical issue for all of us. I haven't seen any data which indicates how this proposal will impact climate change. If you want to impact climate change significantly in the city, introduce a congestion charge.
Okay, thank you. Very concise and useful information. Thank you very much. Right, so we've got John. And John's, you're speaking as an individual and on behalf of the Friends of Old St Paul's. So you have 10 minutes and you can divide it how you wish.
I might just take a break between.
Okay.
Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing here Old St Paul's, which is a registered charity. I don't need to describe what an architectural gem it is, but you should be aware that it draws from the figures in 2019, pre-COVID and pre the tourist trips, 100,000 visitors a year. It also covers weddings, funerals, and other cultural events like choral events, religious events. It's an interdenominational religious institution. It was once the parish church, including for the veterans of the World War II, the American Marines. Now, the point is that Old St Paul's, as the plan, is to retain one park for buses on the eastern side of Mulgrave Street and have a dedicated blocked off cycle lane on the western side. Now, when the tour buses are here, the tourists are here, you can queue up to 4 buses outside as people want the experience of going to Old St Paul's. But there's nowhere to park, so they park out in the traffic lane. And the recommendation is that the 24-hour no parking cycleway on the eastern side of Mulgrave Street is unwarranted when the frequency of use is almost non-existent. I attended a funeral at Old St Paul's on Friday and walked at 4:45 on Friday afternoon down to Lambton Quay. I saw, this is a really serious study, 2 cyclists in that allegedly at rush hour, and 1 scooter and 1 cyclist going down Stout Street. So that was at 4:45 to 5 o'clock on Friday, this last Friday. And I just sort of wonder, like a former speaker, how good are the statistics? Anyhow, in addition, and this is not probably for general knowledge, but you will be aware that the Thorndon supermarket is talking about suing the council on account of both the Mulgrave and the Molesworth Street entranceways are impeding their development as well as proper traffic flows. Now, the point of that is that if they were to, if the council were to swap, as they propose, the cycleway to be on the eastern side and the buses on the western side of Mulgrave Street, then you're in disaster territory, because most of the tourists, and certainly off the tour boats, are elderly, as you know. Tourists from outside Wellington are elderly and some infirm, and you will have a disaster. I've got this as a separate thing, that North American people, when they get off a bus, they look the wrong way. So if you have your cycle lane on the western side, they're going to be cleaned up because they look to the right, not to the left. And also, there is no provision for a pedestrian crossing, which you'd have to consider, to the northern side entranceway to Old St Paul's. Well, I think I'll stop there. The recommendations we say are to permit a wider road carriageway for buses and normal traffic lanes, which will ensure wider traffic mobility, especially at off-peak hours, where there's no traffic down there, as you know. Enable a safer environment and experience for tourists and other visitors, and enable and permit safer off-street parking with up to 13 extra car parking spaces, which are there now if you had a clearway, not a dedicated closed cycleway. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now we'll restart, and you're going to give us your personal submission. Is that the case? Oh, yeah, that's right. When I said restart, I didn't mean the clock.
Just while we're waiting, Emily is passing out. One of my complaints is, as you know from Thursday, Councillor, is that there's something going wrong with the records retentions in the council, particularly relating to this proposal. Who am I? I'm John Milne. I'm an economist, a chartered accountant, and an accredited fellow of the Institute of Directors. Between 1997 and 2010, I was on the Audit and Risk Committee of the council, which is a life sentence, I should tell you. But I really enjoyed it. In 2011, I obtained my PhD in accounting from the Business School of the University of Sydney, and my business career has included private and public company directorships and related responsibilities in New Zealand and overseas, but I'm now retired. In my professional life, integrity is crucial, and so is good faith. Now, I just wonder what is going on here and whether the City Council is playing in the same space. Already today and through the weekend, I've been receiving papers from the City Council which are no longer available on your website. And I can just instance a few of them. For instance, the peer review report is not available. It was withdrawn sometime last week. The original business plan is no longer available. It's very long, and it was done back in about 2015. And that is a crucial document, but where is it? And I have to say, there's a lot of very good work being done, but these other reports are essential. Now, I did put in a submission, and I'm going to talk about the business plans and the benefit to cost ratios, and I haven't seen anybody else discuss those at all, and the consequences of that for this project. My submission was the discount rate was very low at 4%. Now, that may mean nothing to a lot of people, but it's actually incredibly important. The paper you've got in front of you deals with that. There was no cost in the calculation that I can see, for the removal of parking revenue. Now, the parking revenue in one of your reports, which was one of the reports was that the traffic resolution report said on page 7 that the annual parking revenue impact of this proposal is a loss of $673,052. Now, where is that figure in the calculations? Because it's an essential part of the cost ratio. You cannot just ignore loss of parking revenue. It's got to be there. Now, this project has the business plan, which I've been requesting and having trouble obtaining. In fact, I still haven't got the original one, which was taken down from the site round about a week ago, and I don't know why, but it's a good question. Why was it? There's been one in August 21, in May 22. There was a peer review report which was done on the business plan, which was predated the Pāenga-whāwhā plan, but that report by commute is no longer on your site, and that was dated 9th of May 2022. Where's it gone? And why was it removed? Because it makes some very interesting comments that there is a lack of a business plan. They weren't able to do cost estimations because no one knew what the option was to be selected was. And they said that they don't think it makes a hell of a lot of difference. I'm paraphrasing that. But they said that a cost estimate review should occur anyway once the SSBC, and I'm not sure what SS stands for, was undertaken. Is that in the plan? So you'll find that at the top of page 2. But I want to draw your attention on the business cost ratio, that in the original plan back in 2015, the benefit ratio was 2.1. It is now, according to the traffic resolution report, and I refer to page 7, page 7, that it is the business cost ratio is now down to 1.08. Why the difference? Has anyone investigated? Does this committee even know that that's the situation? So we'll now come to the queries that I've got at the bottom of page 2. Is the annual parking revenue loss I've described in the BCR as a cost? Because it should be. And if not, why not? If you take the original 2015 report, the parking revenue loss figure over the 30-year life of the project is 20.2 million.
John, I will need to ask you just to make the final comments. You've obviously raised a lot of matters which we will need to study, and we've already had the chance to look at, but we will need to.
I will just
perhaps
run
look at
through the
again.
headlines then. The health benefits dismissed in 7 lines on the first report, page 73, I think, from memory, because the discount rate at 14%. Where does that come from? 4%, I'm sorry. Is 4%, that's a mistake, 4%. Where has that come from? Because in my professional experience, that's a ludicrous number. And it should be risk adjusted. In other words, it should be increased for risks. Are the risks being taken up by the Audit and Risk Committee of these projects? You read any of these reports, the high, low, medium risks, are they being monitored by the Audit and Risk Committee? Okay. Why has the BCR fallen down to 1.08? When will you abandon it?
Okay.
Can I? One more point, and I draw your attention, which is why it's written down, is the Auckland experience, which was reported last week, has announced that they are changing tack from what the Wellington City Council is doing completely. I've given the link to it, and I think it is essential reading for councillors.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. Can I just ask for the name of that report which you mentioned that was produced on the 9th of May 2022 and seems to have no longer be on this website?
Sorry. Which?
FIMO report or something like that?
Well, I've mentioned the original one. There's the commute.
Oh, that probably was what it was. Okay.
Review.
Okay, thank you.
Not very long, but but why is it gone?
Oh well, we can ask.
I should say that,
but not now.
I received one over the weekend, which is where is it?
Okay, John. I'm sorry, but I will have to wrap it up at that. But thank you very much.
I'm open to questions. Outside the room.
Okay, well, I don't think we've got time for it right now, but thank you again. So we're moving on now to Tina, is it? Or somebody is coming instead of Tina. So we actually have Pete Riddell in place of Tina. Pete, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Yes. You have 5 minutes, and it does go by, as I've said to others, very fast. And that does need to include time for questions, if you wish us to be able to ask them.
Okay, I can start now?
Yes. Over
okay,
to you.
I'm a retailer. I'm on the corner of Aitken and Mulgrave Street. It's a struggle in this post-COVID environment, what we call, what is it, a twat city? Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. Mondays and Fridays are work from home days. So we shouldn't be doing everything we possibly can to encourage people to come into the city. I agree with quite a lot of other speakers. I think fundamentally there's not many cyclists that I see coming down Mulgrave, Murphy Street, fundamentally because it's an exit for the motorway. Bikes don't go down the motorway. I think Molesworth Street's the same. People are feeding onto the motorway or trying to turn into the new world. I can't see the benefits in terms of costs. I don't think this area can afford to lose that many car parks. And like another person, I think fundamentally the best way to fix this is to reduce the speed limit in this area to 30k and let everyone learn to coexist. It would certainly slow down some of the cyclists I see as well. Because so many other people have said what I wanted to say, I think that's probably all I need to say. Have you got anything to add, Tina?
No, I think I agree.
Anyone got any questions for me?
Yes, we do. So we have one from Councillor McNulty and then Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Pete. If we were to look at some changes that retained the parking on Aitken Street, so we bend the two-way lower down, would that alleviate some of the concerns you have for your business?
for sure. Yeah.
Great, nice and succinct. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. We have in the past asked officers what sort of economic assessment have they done in terms of the impacts on the businesses. Their view is to collect data on FPOS transactions. What's your view on that in terms of, for us to understand what the impacts are on local businesses?
Well, I don't quite understand how you're going to do that. Are you going to take the car parks away and then test it, or?
It seems that's the case.
Well, that's a stupid way of doing it, isn't it? Because they'll never come back.
Okay.
There's a huge cost. There's a cost to people who want to, disabled people who trying to get to Old St Paul's to attend funerals. This area here has always been reasonably good for people who, there's a simple car park outside our store. They know they could whip across and get their lunch and head off. If those go, that will be a material cost to my business.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee? No, well, thank you very much for bringing that perspective, Pete and Tina.
Yes, I don't think the cost involved here will ever be a benefit to anyone.
Okay, well, we do appreciate hearing from you and hearing that perspective. Tina, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I also actually, talked to my customers on Saturday, and I have to say 70% of my customers, they just drive and then find a park and then come into my store. So I'm just worried if those parks removed, then I will lose lots of customers, Yeah.
All right, we do have one more question and we do have a bit of time. So, Councillor Randall.
Yes, how many of your customers do you think cycle in to visit you?
I would say less than maybe 5%. I never ever saw anyone. I did probably less than 5%. Yeah.
Mm.
So 90% of these people pretty much, I think they take the train or bus to work, and yeah. So that's my big concern. I just think remove these parks will affect my business sales. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now I've got a little bit confused. Cool. Tina, you were down to speak, but we had Pete speak at this point.
Yeah, sorry. Because we run the same business, so we thought we just come in together. Yeah.
Okay. Are you happy that you've made your submission and that we've heard what you've got to say together?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make
sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have Lauren online? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Lovely. Welcome, Lauren. Are you ready to speak to us? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll just see if I can get my video working.
Yeah, that's fine.
Here we are.
Okay.
Kia ora. I am a resident of Coote Street I live on 185 between Salix Street and Tirangi Road. I guess you'd call it on the hilly side of Coote Street, where the land slopes from reasonably high down to the flat there. We are a family of 5 with 3 young children. My husband and I both work full-time. Unfortunately, don't have a lot of flexibility around working from home. So unfortunately, a lot of the kind of walking or biking to school that we'd like to be doing is not really an option for our family. We are obviously affected by the current proposal to remove all off-street parking on this north side of Coote Street, with some limited car parking on the south side. At present, we understand the messaging from the council to be you need to sort your own off-street car parking out if you're in a position to do so. We're working through that at the moment, and I wanted to briefly outline that that's not a cheap process. We're just applying for a building consent now, and we've already sunk about $10,000 into it with obviously no guarantee of an outcome. I think that's probably a separate issue, but it's not straightforward and it is expensive. Unfortunately, we're not in a position where we can simply park sort of around the corner or up near the beach, just with the nature of the lives that we lead. We're busy, we're in and out, trying to get ahead and live a full life for the kids. It's probably fair to point out that when we purchased our property in 2018, there was a bike path indicated as a potential for Coot Street. And the proposal at the time essentially narrowed the footpath, and while it decreased a number of car parks, it didn't entirely remove them on one side of the street. And that seemed to me to be a reasonable compromise between residents and bikers, because ultimately we don't have any real objection to there being a bike path, and I hope to one day be a user of it. It just doesn't seem to take into account the fact that many of the houses along here have the very old-fashioned garages from the 30s that don't quite fit a car park in. So yeah, that's my submission. Unfortunately, I don't think the council system lets you keep a copy of your original submission, so there's probably some things in there I haven't mentioned that I originally did.
We do have a question for you, Lauren, so from Councillor McNulty.
Hi, Lauren. I'm just wondering, in terms of this investment that you're making, is it something that you feel it's like a kitchen? You put it in and you're going to get it back when you sell the property? Is it a bit up in the air? I'm just, purely trying to understand how you feel as a homeowner.
A good question. I did ask a real estate agent, because in a dream world, we would have simply cut our losses and moved. But I think the property and financial system being the way it is, that's not really an option for us. They did say without any off-street car parking, with a family house, we were essentially going to take a massive haircut, and we wouldn't be realising anywhere near the price we would have otherwise have expected, even with current property prices. They did say it's really a must-do to be able to retain some, some decent equity in the property, because without it, we're really trying to have a 4-bedroom family home with no car parking nearby, essentially. Unfortunately, the costs we've been kind of indicated to do this off-street car parking range from kind of $50,000 to $70,000.
Okay, thanks very much.
Lauren, I'm going to ask a question. Do you think there are people in the street that will really find it extremely difficult, because they're not in the situation you're in, that have the money to get the off-street parking?
Yes, immensely difficult, and we're very lucky because we have built up a good network of tradespeople that we can rely on at fairly short notice to do that. And I know that we are in a, it doesn't feel lucky because we'd rather be paying off our mortgage, not increasing it, but we are in a relatively privileged position to just be able to try and deal with it at the moment.
So we actually have a couple more questions, one from Councillor Randall and then one from the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, one of the things about adding off-street parking is the council has some quite strict rules about the access way. Would it help you if the council relaxed the curbside rules for houses such as yourself, where you're facing, needing flexibility to provide an off-street car park facility?
Yes, that's right, because apparently at the moment, while there is an old garage, they're in an old curb crossing. It's not compliant with the current rules. And I think the space that we actually have with the existing garage is 400 millimetres short of what is technically needed for a car park space. So we're grappling with those issues.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Laura. Thank you for coming in and sharing your story with us. Can I just ask, how old are your children and how far away is the school? Are they going to different places at the moment?
Yes, I have 3 children. They're 10, 8 and 6. 2 are at Laubay School, the 2 younger ones, down on Freiburg Street, and the other one is at school in Strathmore. So we are all going in different directions, unfortunately.
Just thinking, just as you know, just do you one day see that this could benefit your family in the way that you move around? Just given I know what it's like with younger children, but can you see that in the future?
Yes, I'd hope so. So I'd have to say fairly, I do appreciate that. In 10 years or so, I'd hope that we're a one-car family and that I can ride an e-bike to work because I'm less constrained with times and I can, have a bit more flexibility in the way we live our lives, and the children can be a bit more independent. So, for example, my older son, who's 10, when he doesn't have after-school activities, and it's not inclement weather, he will bike to school now. He'll go under the.
I will need to ask you just to be a bit brief with this one because we're technically out of time, but finish what you're going to say. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's the future possibility. It will be. It's just, expensive and, affects things like visitors popping by to your house.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate
that. Hey, thank you very much, Lauren. It's really good to hear those kind of detailed perspectives from people in the area, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we are moving to Digby. Digby, welcome. And as I've said to others, you're very welcome either at the table or standing, whatever you feel most comfortable.
I'll be just fine.
And it's 5 minutes, which goes by so fast.
I'm sure.
But over to you.
An ex-retailer, a Thorndon resident. I identify as a man and I've been a cyclist. I'm keen on cars. In the last week I've used trains several times, Uber of course, and the bus service. So I believe in not just driving. However, I'm against most of the proposals put here today. And I want to get on to, initially, the motivation behind this. Now, it seems to me that the council have an intention of lowering emissions, doing a bit of virtue signalling and saving the planet. So, at some stage, some of you people may be at a conference, be it in Koata or Timbuktu, and you're going to say, we helped save the planet because we got rid of parking in Wellington. And the people that are listening are going to say, so what? And we're going to look back 50 years from now and think, what a waste of money that was. People are not using the cycle lanes. So, will we get, say we accept, okay, we want to lower emissions by the trivial amount that is possible. Will that help by switching to cycling? Well, it will be the tiniest blip on the landscape if, say, 1,000 people started cycling. And we know that people are not cycling in Wellington. I mean, all of your friends will have told you that you don't see people on cycle lanes. The other thing is that the biggest populated countries in the world, India and then China, are not on climate change. They haven't adopted climate change. So whilst they're emitting bigger and bigger emissions, we're trying to save the planet by reducing our emissions by getting rid of cars. So I don't think it's going to work, and personally cities like ours will be the laughing stock of the world, wasting all this money. I see Wayne Brown in Auckland who says he doesn't accept safety at any cost, and they are not going to make any more cycle lanes. They're going to cease creating cycle lanes in Auckland, and that's what we should be doing here. Now, it's the council's responsibility to make this a better city, and a better city means that shops are thriving, which means people are employed. Now, the way it seems to be going to me is that the direction of the council is anti-business. They have an ideology that it's climate change at any price. But this price is far too high. We've heard from other submitters, and we've seen it documented many times before, that the cost per kilometre of making a cycle lane is horrendous. And the cost per cyclist is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, I'd rather you give me, as a driver, $100,000 to buy more petrol, perhaps, or perhaps this other woman $100,000 to build some off-street parking. The other thing is that we've got all the pipes in the city to fix. Now, the cost of that is going to be huge, and we can hardly afford it. But we're wasting all these monies on cycling lanes. I know we don't pay for all of it, but we pay a vast amount of it. So looking at the car situation, how can it be that we've come from a situation where once upon a time we walked everywhere, then we found horses were convenient, so we started using horses, who eventually pulled coaches, and then cycles were invented, and then cars. And what has happened in each of these transitions is more and more people have moved into the next iteration of what's convenient. And at the moment, cars are the most convenient. Every one of you here drives a car. Every one of you here wants to find a park. Maybe you don't, I don't know, by the look you gave me then. But everybody else. And, I cycle and I public transport and I use cars. And I only do about 2,000 K a year, but still I value the time when I need to take my car somewhere or other to do something or other.
So we do have a question, so if you would like to wrap up. So just a point of correction too, there are councillors who, believe it or not, do not drive cars. They just wanted me to know that. Councillor Paul, they wanted me to tell you that, sorry.
Kia ora, Digby. I was just interested to know, just based on some of your comments you just made around climate change, do you believe that it's happening, and what do you think we should do about it?
Yes, although it's... I can't believe that you can have 8 billion people on Earth without affecting the climate. But I don't think that we need to spend money reducing climate change the way many people in the world think so. For example, they talk about sea level rise. Well, you can either try and stop that or you can mitigate. Now, in the Netherlands, the whole country, well, much of the country is below sea level. How do they get around that? They mitigate, they build walls. So what we need to do is live with the minuscule amount of climate change there is. And the other point to your question is the planet warming or is it not? Well, 700 years ago, it was
I will need you to answer this quite briefly.
And 1,500 years ago, it was colder. So we're either hotter or colder, depending on where the reference point was.
Yeah. Thank you, Digby, and thank you for answering the question and for your information that you've presented. Thank you. Right, we're moving. We're not going to take the 5-minute break because we'll just go through, I think, until we have a break at lunchtime. We're welcoming Floyd Farrand and Tom Dunn online, is that right? Yes. Welcome.
Hello, we started.
Okay. Yes, you're welcome to start whenever you're ready. Are there 2 of you or just the one?
It's just the one.
Okay, welcome.
So we're just getting, is the camera running?
It is now.
All righty. Okay, so yeah, I've got a prepared speech if that's okay. And I've got it set to just short of 5 minutes.
Where you go.
All right. Kia ora, councillors. My name is Tom Dunn and I'm here to talk about the Kilbini Connections proposal. I've lived in Lyell Bay for 30 years and I'm a firefighter of 22 years based at Kilbini Fire Station. So I have the unique perspective of being a first responder who lives and works in the area and driving large fire appliances around our streets. I'm also an avid cyclist. I mountain bike and I ride to work and my kids ride their bikes to school. I applaud the council for trying to make our community safer with cycleways and traffic calming. However, I believe the proposed design needs some changes. Firstly, there needs to be more traffic calming in the bay with more restricted speed zones, more raised pedestrian crossings and jutta bars to slow the traffic down. As you probably know, we're a very busy suburb and the proposed design calls for cyclists of all ages to be sent through 3 of the busiest intersections in Lyell Bay. They are the Rongotai and Onipu Road intersection by Pack and Save and KFC, the Coot Street and Onipu Road intersection by the Rita Angus Retirement Village, and the very busy roundabout of Coot Street and Tirani Road. I was nearly hit by a large truck on this roundabout about 5 weeks ago while on my bike. This roundabout has all the traffic going to the airport retail centre and Bunnings, including large trucks to resupply them. It has the airport and cafe traffic, large trucks coming from the Fulton Hogan yard, and a proposed electric bus charging station will all be using this roundabout. So why the design team would want to send cyclists through these very busy intersections is a complete mystery to me. It's important to note that regardless of which style of cycleway we choose, at intersections and roundabouts, cyclists are all in the mix with all the other traffic, including large trucks and buses. So where possible, to my way of thinking, it is important to avoid these areas, as I've seen firsthand the results of vehicles versus pedestrians and cyclists. I feel the real flaw in the design is the underutilising of the existing Leonegill pathway, which is one of 3 east-west cycleways we have in the area, including Cobham Drive and Rongotai Road. I believe we should be developing the Leonegill pathway to its full potential, including lighting it for use at night and having proper raised pedestrian crossings on Tirangi and Onipu roads, and reinstate the removed pedestrian crossings on Ross and Yule Street. This route takes cyclists off the road, so it is the safest way to traverse the bay with access to the beach and shops. Then there's the big question of why is Freiburg Street not being used for the cycle lane? It runs parallel to Onipu Road, but has less than a quarter of the traffic. It is more than wide enough for a shared path cycleway as used in Evans and Oriental Bay, especially if the 4 sickly Norfolk pines were removed. And if the cul-de-sacing of Freiburg Street is to proceed, it makes even more sense to use the street as there be hardly any vehicles on it. The Leonegill pathway could be made to link to Freiburg Street to allow our kids access to Lyall Bay School and Rongotai College. Further cycle lanes could be added on Bridge Street and Ross Street, giving cyclists coming from the airport underpass a couple of options to link on to the existing Rongotai cycleway. And a lane to the airport retail centre, along with the other proposed existing cycleways, would make for a truly connected cycle network with access to the shopping centres, all 5 of our schools, the cafes and the beach. The proposed design calls for the removal of 350 car parks from the neighbourhood, which adversely affects local families, the elderly, the sick and infirm, and those with mobility issues. And from my perspective, where do I park a fire engine if there are no car parks while we're installing smoke alarms? We need to be able to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. So we do need to park close by, and we can't be around the block or 400 metres away. Also, where do taxis, rideshare, couriers, food delivery services, including Meals on Wheels, community nurses, and tradespeople park if all the parking is removed? And finally, there's the cost to homeowners, which Lauren Castle pointed out before, having to make modifications to their properties that lose their on-street parking, with costs ranging from $30,000 up to $70,000 for those on Coote Street having to retain land. In conclusion, I strongly urge the Council to reconsider the current design. I feel it could be done better and without disadvantaging so many in our community. I thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, feel free to ask.
I'm going to be lenient and allow one question. You were really clear. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and it looks quite reasonable suggestions, but have you got a view of why, given you've suggested significant changes, why we've got it so wrong in the first place, or we haven't got the ideal solution in the first place?
I believe it's to do with the idea that cyclists need the most direct route, Councillor. However, as I said earlier, the proposed designs will be sending cyclists right into these very busy intersections, the one outside Pack and Save, the one outside the Rita Angus Village, and of course the roundabout on Tirangi Road, which is very, very busy. As I said, I nearly got hit by a truck there a couple of weeks ago. So I did hear that Terry O'Neill voted against Freiburg Street being used as a cycleway a few years ago, but I'm not sure if that's the reason why Freiburg Street hasn't been chosen.
I think that's just a rumour.
I'm sorry, I can't answer your question.
All right. Well, look, thank you. And actually, you provided us with some food for thought, but thank you very much, Floyd.
Thank you.
Right. Who are we on to next? Tom? No? Melda. So Melda is online and in person. Lovely to have you with us, Melda. You're very welcome to sit at the table if it's more comfortable.
I don't mind standing to address you at all. Thank you very much. Right. I support opposition to the proposed changes to parks and the inclusion of cycleways and all the rest of it in the Thorndon area. Now, I was born in Wellington and I've lived in Wellington the best part of 100 years, not quite, but getting up there. And I have the interests of Wellington at heart as a resident here. I remember the days when I had to hold on to a rope crossing Courtney Place, and the rope was held at either end by a policeman. It was so bad that if you didn't hold on to the rope, you were swept away. I keep telling people visiting Wellington, we always have weather like this, but we know we don't. And the weather that we have to meet frequently and fairly recently is wet and windy and unpleasant. And I feel sorry for the cyclists I see, the very few cyclists I see using the road, using the cycleways. 2 days ago, I had to go from my home in Wadestown over to Newtown, over to Roseneath, back to Newtown, back to my house. And in all that time, I saw 2 cyclists. There are very few people there. And even if they were there, where are they, if you want the hundreds of people using the bike lanes, where are they going to put their bikes? If you're concerned at all about the difficulty it is, I can tell you that I can't stand for long usually, and I can't walk great distances. So I do need to park near places I want to go to. Now, we heard just recently, my attention was drawn to the fact of someone writing to the paper that they'd come in from the Hutt Valley to visit the botanical gardens, couldn't get a park, so turned around and drove back again. That area has been denuded of car parks, and we've already seen it affecting those who are running businesses there. That time that I told you I drove over to Newtown the other day, what they've done to Adelaide Road, it just looks dreadful. It's just a throughway. There are no thriving businesses there. And what you're doing to Lambton Quay is the same sort of thing. It's not thriving and it's not working. And if we're talking about changing temperatures, climates and the lot, I know as a young person at school that we heard about Old Sarum in England that was now under the sea. It was what was called a rotten borough. It had a member of parliament for it, although it didn't exist as a township. These changes that I heard a previous speaker talk about were going on. They were skating on the Thames. Now, we won't be doing that on the harbour, I realise, but you can't, by putting up a few thousand more cycle lanes and things, which it's the motorist who's paying for that. Cyclists are not, and cyclists are not curtailed in any way. They don't have to have rear vision mirrors, so I had one swerving in front of me the other day to see if he was going to make a right-hand turn. There was no traffic coming. Well, he almost landed up on the bonnet of my car. When it's late in the afternoon, early evening, they're wearing the dark clothes that people seem to wear when they ride bikes. You can't see them, and again, it's dangerous. But if we were supposed to be going on to bikes, it doesn't always conform with what you need to dress to go to work, perhaps, and it's inconvenient anyway. So they're not required to pay to contribute to the cycle lanes, and I don't know how many oceans of green paint have been poured out over the streets of Wellington to designate where there are parking lanes for bikes, rather. And I think that you're not really thinking about how people live their lives, actually. If I had to go to the Wellington Cathedral, now I can park, I can go to a concert there, I could go to a wedding, to a funeral, to maybe if I wished to go to services, I could do that. But you're taking away the accessibility for people, and I think that that's what I think is not taken account of. And if you're cutting out a couple of bus stops, particularly for me, I do business with a company in Molesworth Street, where I use the car park that's there now, and having to walk quite a distance uphill to get to places and downhill. I go to...
Melda, can I just ask you to make the last few points? Or
Certainly.
last point?
Well, the last point is I strongly oppose the changes that you're making, and I will ask you to reconsider. And I'm hoping the fact that you are listening to these things that I've been hearing and you'll be hearing more of, that you take account of them and not just feel that you're discharging your duty by allowing us to talk, but that what we say changes your point of view. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and that's why we're here, is to hear people and to be prepared to make some changes. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We now have Chris Dudfield. Chris, are you online? Chris, are you online? We're not entirely
Can you hear me?
confident, but yes, we do. Great. Lovely.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
Right. Interesting, isn't it?
You actually, it seems that you may have had your video off. Oh, we can see you now.
Oh, there you go.
Right, lovely.
The wonders of modern
drill.
technology, eh?
It's 5 minutes.
Okay.
And that is meant to allow time for questions if you wish us to be able to ask you questions.
Okay.
Do you want me to
right,
give you a warning when you're close to the end of your 5 minutes? Say at about 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll try and keep the conversation down to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 main points.
Okay, right. Well, you go for it.
And I'm really one of those that I wish I didn't have to keep doing this, but you keep intending to decimate more of our city with the plastic encrusted byways that you're now calling cycleways. So I'm here to ask you to cease and desist. I'm opposed to the proposals for both Thorndon and Kilburnie. Now, 5 minutes obviously isn't long as you say, so the 4 main issues I'll sort of deal with possibly are number 1, latest proposals together with the works completed to date form part of a network that is now being rejected by a large majority of Wellingtonians because, in my opinion, it's extravagant, politically fueled, and a spectacular failure. It's ill-conceived, badly designed, and badly implemented. It's also badly constructed. So at the end of the day, I think you need to reassess the entire cycle network plan with a view to putting an end to it once and for all. Now, one of the things that I think affect a number of people is the fact that these cycleway counts appear to be grossly exaggerated. I don't know exactly how the council gets some of these figures, but if they're relying on things like SurveyMonkey, then I would suggest that it's a very unprofessional and improper way of going about it. We need definite figures, and we need to make sure that some of the advocates, the cycling advocates, the lunatic fringe of the cycling community, as I call them, aren't involved in assembling or compiling these figures. Okay, because at the end of the day, they do appear grossly exaggerated, and you cannot keep spending public money on projects that you believe are rather more popular than they actually are. And that's the current situation as I see it. Now, when you look at, say, for example, figures from the 2018 census, I've just got some numbers written down here. These are rather more reliable, even though the cyclists there even possibly exaggerate the number a little bit. But when we look at it, we have walking, jogging, and this is figures for people getting to and from work, okay? The methods they use to get to and from work. Walking and jogging in Wellington, 20%. Buses, trains, 20%. Private vehicles in all forms, 45%. About 8% of people work from home. And as the graphs start to get a little bit sort of hard to determine at this point, but bicycles seem to be right up there with other, which is around about 4% and 3%. So what I'm suggesting is the council needs to reassess its priorities when it comes to the city and the way it plans our streets. And some of this latest jargon coming out about how you intend to create a city for the future and so forth and so on seems a little bit empty when we look at the actual reality on the ground. Okay, so I would suggest that the council start to really look at usage of these cycleways, because I'm telling you now, if you go through Newtown, it's now an absolute shambles. Okay, you've annihilated that particular suburb. The traffic there is just completely out of control. The cycleways are constantly empty. Okay, I mean, if we have cycle numbers, then they're going to be really low. I have conversations with businesses in Adelaide Road. The occasional brewer is one of them, and they are saying they sit at their window and they hardly see cyclists going by, and most of them are actually college kids getting home from college, from Wellington College and other colleges in the area. So I've also noticed myself that many cyclists now divert away from those cycleways. They go up Tory Street and then along Hanson Street to get to Island Bay. So they're not even using them. As a cyclist myself, I don't use them, okay, because they're an embarrassment to be on, quite frankly. So at the end of the day, you really
Chris,
need to reassess the whole thing.
You are running out of time, so if you want to just make one or two last points.
Okay, now the other points I would make are that the government is actually passing an act at the moment, which is the Disabled New Zealanders Act. Part of that act is you are not supposed to be offering impediments to people with disabilities, and it would appear to me as though the cycleways in Island Bay, in Newtown and these other places are doing exactly that. Okay, and at the end of the day too, when we have all this plastic attached to the roads, we are now starting to find that it's disintegrating, going into smaller and smaller pieces and getting washed down the drains.
Well, thank you for quite a bit of information there. Thank you, and views. So thank you for that. We have unfortunately run out of time for questions, but we appreciate you coming to speak to us.
By the way, can you see this?
I can.
This is a little plastic bag full of plastic debris that was accumulated just immediately outside the occasional brewer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is being washed into the gutters, down the storm drains and out to sea.
Right.
So it would be nice if you could actually look to that and see what you can do about that kind of thing as well.
Okay, thank you. A positive suggestion, and we'll try and follow that up with our staff. Thank you very much, Chris.
Okay, pleasure talking to you.
Okay. Now we're moving on to Miriam. Miriam, are you online? Yes, and it's Gabriel, is it?
Yes.
Yes. 5 minutes. As I said, it goes past very fast.
Who? We started?
Yeah, how do we flick through it? Do I have to?
Ah.
Thank you.
Cool.
Sorry.
No worries. Our time started, so
okay.
Don't go crazy.
Kia ora koutou, I am Gabby and this is Miriam, and we're here to speak in favour of the proposed cycleway in Kilburnie and Thornton on behalf of Women in Urbanism Aotearoa. Women in Urbanism is a network of professionals and community advocates who consider the different needs of people in our community and how we occupy and move through urban spaces. We were founded in 2017 in Tamaki Makaurau and have been slowly moving in Pōneke and throughout the country.
So pictured here, yay, well done, is a quote from Urbanist legend Jane Jacobs. So cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and when they are created by everybody. So we just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate today. We'll leave that fine-grained feedback for the cyclists who use this area regularly, but we want to share why we believe you should be supporting the overarching proposal in front of you. So Women in Urbanism exists to advocate for the voices of all women who across multiple studies have shown through their differing travel needs that they rely on and seek better public and active transport options.
We want to remind you all that a city centre is not only a business district, it's also a neighbourhood. It's a home to many businesses, residents, schools, public places. And the role of neighbourhoods is to provide mobility choice for everyone that lives within them. Safe cycling and walking access in our neighbourhoods is critical to allow safe and independent mobility, going to the disability aspect, for those most restricted from car access, including children. As pictured, the freedom they experience where they're taken to safe places to ride is a stark difference to the freedom they have to get themselves around their local areas at the moment.
So Women in Urbanism supports physical cycle infrastructure to help us support social infrastructure to get those less confident on bikes. Our organisation runs such events to help those less familiar gain confidence. A recent activation we ran saw 35 riders, which included 3 new cyclists and 1 family trying out their first cargo bike. The feedback from the youngest lady was that she preferred it to the car so that she can wear her wings. These users are the ones we called interested but concerned, and unless cycle facilities are designed not only for the highly experienced cyclists but for young children learning, senior riders, adults carrying children to name a few, these people won't cycle. These are the people we're advocating for today. Designing for everybody doesn't mean designing a cycleway that everybody will use. It means designing a street network for everybody. So what are our members saying? Just go for it.
Patricia has been able to get back on her bike after moving here from Christchurch with the introduction of cycle lanes and buses carrying bikes, but she's worried about her adult children cycling without any protection. And Kate has had her life changed by purchasing a cargo bike, finding it much easier to get her children around than in a car.
And wee Marley here is very vocal on the matter, as her parents only own a car to take her places and they really want to sell it.
This isn't good for just cyclists. It's good for you as councillors and overseers of how our public land gets used. Let's quickly talk about land use. WCC cycle counters have shown an amazing 1,750 new trips in March by bike in just 1 year. While we know that some of these counts will be part of one trip or the transferring from bus to bike, comparatively, let's see what 1,750 car trips looks like.
So let's look at the worst piece of land in the city, for example, the Leeds and Gusney Street car parks, which has 51 car parks. 1,750 car trips would put 1,750 cars on the road and require 1,750 parks for temporary storage. 1,750 cars would need 35 Leeds Street car parks to park, which is the entire block between Dixon, Taranaki, Cuba and Vivian Streets. Please show. It's very cool. Yeah, so that is all of that except for the Briscoes. Briscoes gets to stay. So while we may be physically removing some car parks in some locations on public land, by increasing ridership, we give back so much more space across the whole city. And what could this increase look like?
Waka Kotahi has stated at the last Transport Conference that one cycleway increases ridership by 13%. When it has one connection, that rises to 28%. And when it starts to form a network of 2 or more connections, it's 56%, which is exactly what the Thorndon and Kilburnie connections are doing.
So allowing people to get around by bikes is safer for people and for climate. It uses less public space than car travel. It frees up parking facilities and frees up congestion for cars, making it more accessible for those who rely on it. It's a change, but we can't continue the status quo. Streets are public spaces and redistribution of space benefits everybody. We see it time and time again, for example, on Pāenga-whāwhā Road in Auckland. It was the fastest business area to grow after COVID with the introduction of this new cycleway and people-friendly streets, making it a better place to be. Plus, an interesting comment from their business group was that it's made ram raids near impossible.
Are you able to wrap? Oh, you've wrapped up?
Final slide. Sorry, we
Great.
did have a slow
No, that's
start.
okay, because we have one question. I'm going to allow Councillor Pannett. Oh, and Councillor Paul,
Thank you.
I need to be brief.
Yeah, it will be. Great submission. I agree with everything you say. We do get some feedback from some older people, disabled people, that these cycleways do present some issues for them, which we need to take into account. I just wondered what your response is. can most people cycle in your view?
Not most people. You saw that well, yes, most people you saw from that side, so it's sort of a 70% who can, and there's 30% who are uninterested. But within that 60%, it does include older people. I don't know if you've ever been to Waikanai. It's hard to walk around without getting hit by an older person on a e-bike. Also, disability bikes are becoming really, really popular, especially the tricycle ones, because they enable people to have that balance. And so when you design these proper cycleways, it does enable those people to participate in cycling in Wellington streets.
Thank you for that. That's a useful thing for us to think about. Councillor Paul? Very quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you think it's ironic that everyone we've been hearing from that is a cyclist who doesn't want the cycleways is a man?
Yes, and if you looked at that previous stat before, I mean, I haven't been watching them all, but when you look at that stat, it's that sort of 7% of those confident people who don't require cycleways. And to be honest, if this is built, they might be those people that continue not to use them because they want to go fast and not use those. So those people do exist, but that's not who we're here to advocate for.
Right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate the time you've taken. And we have Stephanie. And then after that, we're actually going to have to just do a little bit of housekeeping to vote to extend the meeting. But Stephanie, I'd like to welcome you up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cool. Hi, thanks for having me back. I've been here a few times and didn't bring my keyboard this time to do my musical submission, but it's because I have so much to say. It's a really, the part I'm most interested in here is the Kilbirnie connections, because that's where I live, and there's so much in those plans. It's a lot to absorb, and I really like almost all of it. So I've lived in Rongotai it's coming on 3 years. I'm in a household of 5 adults and 1 toddler, and we all ride bikes. Most of us, it's for daily transport. Couple, it's like more occasional. They're sort of sometimes car drivers, other times cyclists, and the child currently rides on the back. But all of these bike lanes planned for Kilbirnie will make a huge difference to us in terms of just feeling safe day to day, particularly for my sister and my niece. Going round, they'll love to be in a more protected lane. I'm also here today as a kind of general bikey person who has been involved in a lot of different projects, community bike workshops, pedal-ready instructing, a lot of things, encourage people to ride bikes. And I'm actually on my lunch break at the moment from my job at Switched On Bikes, where I'm working maintaining and hiring out e-bikes. And I guess one of the points I want to make today is that bike lanes aren't just for the people living in those suburbs. We just had a really busy summer and we had a lot of international tourists coming through. We've hired out, like literally thousands of e-bike hires have gone out over our peak season. And I've got actually a copy of our map here. It's one route. There is one route we can send them on. It's the one connected bike route. And you probably can't see from where you're sitting over there, but when it gets around to Lyell Bay, it turns into this awkward sort of dotted line. And that's really the point where I have to tell people, look, there's not really a bike lane here. You're going to have to ride on the road. Obviously, there is the Leonie-Gill Path connection, but it doesn't actually take you all the way back to where you want to go. So these people are sort of doing a loop around Miramar, coming back into the city. So I think a bike lane on Onipu Road will make a really positive difference for the people that we're seeing who are visitors to Wellington, who need a clear, logical bike lane that connects to the other infrastructure. Happy to answer some questions about those international visitors as well, so I'll try to leave a bit of time to do that. Yep, I think there's a lot of things that you're getting right in this cycle lane design. I think it's great seeing that the routes are going to the places that people want to go. People who ride bikes want to go to the supermarket and the library and the pool and the shops, just like people driving cars. So it's great that those direct connections are going in. It's really great that it's only separated cycleways that are planned. I think the Coots Street cycleway, that on-road bit of paint, is like the worst cycleway I've ever seen. It's almost like it tells you to just ride like basically in the death zone next to car doors. So I never ride in it. I always ride in the road there. Yeah, there's a few like tweaks that I put in my written submission as a local who like rides around a lot. I've got some suggestions. The end of Rongotai Road at the eastern end, I really like to see that cycleway extended just a little bit further up to the zebra crossing, so you can go over the zebra crossing and up into the stub end of Rongotai Road. It's really hard to picture this if you don't actually know where I'm talking about, but basically the cycleway at the eastern end terminates in a really awkward way, and it shoves you back out into like the really fast traffic going towards the roundabout. So I'd love to see that completed. I'd like to see a bit more of a coherent sort of landing zone at the end of Onepu Road on Lyell Bay Parade. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of things really, but it's trial infrastructure and I understand that's going to be tweaked. So yeah, we'll get there, right? I think I'll leave my bit there and see if there's any questions.
Wonderful. Are there any questions? Yes, we have the Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Stephanie, thank you. I'm just wondering, your business view on the international travellers and the expectation around cycling. So just two questions really. Have you seen the business growth demand? Are they international customers or local? And what's the opportunity there? And what is their expectation?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, I'm just a staff member. I'm not the business owner, and I haven't been there that long. But what I've seen is that, the people who visitors to Wellington coming in, they want to ride on bike paths. And we get people even coming in saying, I only want to ride on bike paths. I do not want to go on the road at all. That's a significant proportion of the people that are coming in. And these customers are your regular average people on holiday. They're not like quote unquote bike riders. And yeah, they're kind of expecting that because there's a bike hire business there's somewhere nice to ride. And then we have to give them this long spiel about, the route's disconnected over there, and then at this bit you go back onto the road, but it's fine, trust me. But yeah, they're definitely expecting kind of a bit more signage than what they sometimes get. We've had a few people from the Netherlands come in and get very confused around the waterfront. So yeah, I think coherent, consistent visual design would really help out those customers and signage.
Thank you, Stephanie. We've probably run out of time, but thank you very much for coming to speak to us.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. Now, we do have to move as a committee to extend the meeting. We will be taking lunch now. Thank you to everybody else in the gallery who stayed with us this long. Hope you found it interesting. We'll be taking a 60-minute break for lunch, so back at about 1:30. But before that, we will need to actually vote to extend the meeting. Oh, we don't need to. Oh, all right. I've just had a correction that we actually don't need to do that. So we can just take lunch. And we'll see you back at 1:30. Yeah.
if we can get everyone seated, we're pretty much ready to kick off for the post-lunch. All right, Andrew, you're already there, I can see, and ready to go. So you'll have got 5 minutes to speak, ideally leaving some time for questions if you wish as well.
Excellent.
Take it away.
My name's Andrew Bartlett. This is my darling Celeste, and I'm speaking in support of the Kilburney connections. So I've lived around the eastern suburbs for 9 years now. I'm now living in Miramar. I've lived in Kilburney, and I regularly cycle these routes. And the current deficiencies are very familiar to me. In particular, I'm really pleased to see the Coote Street cycleway improvements. It's a critical link from Strathmore and Seaton towards the Evans Bay seaside route towards the CBD. I cycle often from Kahurangi School, where my daughter is, from Strathmore to the CBD, and making this route safe makes cycling safer for me and for other parents at the school. By the magic of the airport subway and the Cobham crossing, two underappreciated parts of Wellington's active transport infrastructure, we have the rare, perhaps unique case in Wellington where the fastest and simplest route towards the high-quality off-road network also avoids busy town centres. The main request that I'd make, which is in a specific submission, is that Salix Street be made left in, left out. This will share the traffic around more fairly between those streets that are in parallel through Kilburney there, and make the intersection safer for, particularly as we encourage active modes at both ends of Salix Street. Finally...
Sorry, can I ask for quiet in the gallery, please? Continue.
Finally, please finish the routes. Kilburney deserves connected cycleways. Too much of the existing infrastructure in Kilburney has been, it gets a bit of the way and then it got hard. So continue those cycleways to where it gets hard. There are still too many gaps. Crawford Road isn't connected to anything at all. We used to ride down Crawford Road and do a right-hand turn across traffic to get to this slightly quieter Childers Terrace to try and get our way to Kahurangi, where Celeste was been at school the whole time. And so, we really should be trying to make sure that all the bits of the routes link up, because otherwise you don't get the usage and you wonder, we built this, what's happening? Finally, I'm particularly concerned that the Onupu Cycle Road, my understanding is it will become unprotected for the final stretch to the beach. Again, cutting off a route part way that otherwise would actually finish. Part of why I'm really concerned about routes that end as where they sort of peter out is it means that the next bit doesn't have the council, and people submitting and people looking at the environment go, well, why are we doing a really high quality bit further down if the route's already stopped? If we keep it at high quality the whole way through, then people can understand that's why we're doing it to that standard the whole way through. A bit like the situation we have at the moment. I know your contractor's working hard around Evans Bay, but it really feels we've got a beautiful cycleway then. Oh, yikes, there's a truck. And then there's beautiful cycleway. It just doesn't work if you don't keep it connected. So finally, simply, paint is not protection. We deserve proper protected cycleways. My darling daughter used to ride much more than she did now because the footpaths, frankly, are safer for her, and so she's now on a scooter. So it's awesome that she's still moving by active transport, but without protected cycleways around Miramar, we've ended up making the choice that it is better that she be off the road. And I would implore you to be making sure that we have high-quality improvements in Kilburney so that when we come to talking about Miramar and Strathmore, that we're going, OK, let's keep them at that same high quality. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Andrew and Celeste. Are there any questions? Excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming in and bringing in those suggestions for improvement as well. And well done, Celeste, for your first presentation to council.
No, not her first.
Not her first, sorry.
She was less shy earlier.
Excellent. Excellent. I've got Robin Tiller next. Okay, Robin. So 5 minutes, ideally with some time for questions if you wish, and you're welcome to take it away.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. I want to make some general comments, then I'll focus on Thorndon, which is where I live, and that's what I've really come to talk about. But I want to start by talking money. I'm sorry about this, everyone. Rates have nearly doubled this decade, and that's not an acceptable position. Expenditure's gone from $458 million to $530 million. That's up 16%. The capex has gone from $422 to $453 million. That's up 7.3%. The council claims restraint in its LT plan, but these figures don't show restraint to my way of thinking. The council debt will be 2.5 billion in 5 years' time, and that's up from 400 million 5 years ago. For example, in 2020, the council voted a cycle lobbyist group 100 million additional to the 120 million in the LTP. Affordable rates are the key to a vital city. 12.8% this year is out of sync with other New Zealand councils. Population decline becomes possible if we push this too hard, too far and too fast. Now, I'm not opposed to cycleways per se, but currently I want to talk about cycleways. The capex is more than, the current cycleway capex is more than the total capex on all city water infrastructure. That has to be an unacceptable level of spend, surely. Do you want to continue the ongoing costly saga of the Island Bay cycleway? I know two people who cycle daily into the city, and I've talked to them about this issue. One of them's my son. A suggestion is to rethink and replan the cycleway. Off-road, much as possible. For example, just some thoughts. Botanic gardens through the town belt, public parks, the outer green belt, council-owned land. For example, the Bearenpaw golf course might be able to be included. Whoopsie, where's my page 3? These things will make for safer cycling, improved traffic flow, improved bus flow, encouraging people to catch the buses, which we want us all to do, and happy residents. Not everyone can conduct life on a bike. As you see, I'm an older person. I've had a young family. I've had times of knee surgery and things like that when you're incapacitated. I'm now an old person, so I can't get on a bike now. I have when I was younger, but not when I had children or was incapacitated. The other plea I have is to please try and provide a better transport before pushing us out of our vehicles. People find it easier to make that transition, will be less resistant to what you are suggesting. Repeating the Island Bay cycle lane seems to me to be a fiasco into which a huge amount of money is going to be poured. Now, let me talk about Thorndon. You've removed some car parks on Tinakori Road, as you will know. I've heard a local business owner claim that her turnover is down 50% since those parks were removed from Tinakori Road. So that seems indicative to me that there will be definite impacts on that little cluster. It's a little like the little heart of Thorndon Village, that little cluster of shops. Now, the bus platform, I catch buses as much as I can. I'm often on the bus platform in Tinakori Road. Traffic flows are markedly reduced. You must be aware of this down Bowen Street and Tinakori Road, especially at peak hours. But worse than that, I was with a friend once. It's happened to her a second time. We were off the bus on the platform. Mary slipped. And if she hadn't grabbed me and I haven't grabbed her, I think she might well have fallen. We could never quite identify why it happened, but it happened. We grabbed one another so she didn't fall. Elderly neighbour was walking on that corner just before Bowen, corner of Bowen and Tinakori. Poor mobility. She's had a stroke, bit of a limp. A cyclist comes up the cycle lane, all is well, but the cyclist isn't looking. The cyclist huffing and puffing, coming up, head down. According to my neighbour, she very nearly hit her. So I just report that. I live in Little Parliament Street, which is just off Hill Street, and I'm wondering why there's a plan for speed bumps on Hill Street. I've lived there for 20 years. I've never yet seen anyone speed. So is that a necessary expenditure? I would put a big question mark it in my small experience. And I also would quite like to make quite a heartfelt comment on the consultation that Thorndon residents were invited to a couple of months ago at the Loaves and Fishes. We were invited to consult. We were very delighted to be invited to consult, so quite a few of us turned up. an expert facilitator had been invited, employed, I presume. I don't think she was.
Sorry,
part
Robin, I'll just need you to get sharp onto the interview points just because we're at time. So.
Did I run out?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh, I haven't told you the most important bit. Thank you. I've gone a bit slow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I have Kay Ware to speak with us next.
Your aura.
Kia ora. So 5 minutes to speak if you want to allow time for questions as well. And the clocks are up there as well when you're ready.
Okay. I've lived in Wellington most of my life and in different regions. At the moment, I live in Northland Road, and I'm often in the Thorndon area, the supermarket, and also the summer swimming pool. So I'm quite familiar with the area, bus stops and all the rest of it. And I'm a very committed pedestrian. I've never wanted to drive cars or bikes. I'm committed pedestrian walking. And I ride buses. Occasionally I go in my husband's car, but I'm not a very good passenger. I dislike speed. So I go back to some ancient history. Anyway, it's been noted that statistically it's pedestrians who already suffer the most deaths and injuries on the roads, not cyclists. Pedestrians are at the bottom of the heap when it comes to road safety concerns. This latest plan to apparently protect cyclists from cars will again disadvantage, even threaten pedestrians. We will have to negotiate getting off buses at bus stops with a narrow lane of speeding cyclists and then cross over the road of cars. It's becoming very intimidating to be a pedestrian these days, with skateboarders jumping around on walking pavements, plus electric scooters darting around and cyclists too on pavements. The obsession with speed and all these machines is a distinct danger on pavements for pedestrians of all ages, young and old. And without any discussion, our pavements, our footpaths seem to have become playgrounds. Now, this is really terrible, and I don't understand why there aren't a huge amount of accidents. Now, I did read, and there can only be more and more accidents with this. I did read of a terrible accident that occurred in Auckland, where a woman got off a bus and was hit by an electric scooter or a cyclist coming along, brain injury. Now, if that happens, is the council up for suing for brain damage because of these ghastly turning pavements into playgrounds? Anyway, so walking is the original, primal, healthy, sustainable form of human transport embedded in the human psyche. It's expected by the world's creatures and the land. Walking is the ancient history between humans and the world. When we walk, we take our place in nature, we free our minds, restore our humanity, and improve our thinking. With speed, sense of timing and observations of things goes down. That's been proven by studies. The obsession of modern society with speed and mechanized forms of transport alienates humanity from nature and from each other. Walking restores our humanity, frees our minds, and is what the world of living things expects of us. Yet walking is very much a threatened activity these days. Will we have to sue the City Council when we get knocked over and suffer brain damage or other injury by speeding cyclists, skateboarders, whoever? Pedestrians are having to contend with more and more speedy devices on pavements and on the roads. Pedestrian safety must be addressed by the transport plan. Everybody, even car drivers, are also pedestrians. So, any questions?
I've got one from Councillor Randall. If we do build these protected cycle infrastructure and we move micro-mobility such as scooters, skateboards, as you've said, off pavements and onto these protected lanes, is that an improvement for you as a pedestrian?
Depending where they're placed. If we have to go across, two things. One for these mechanical devices of one sort, and then onto a road, we've got two things. We can get killed both ways, injured both ways. The whole disaster is this mechanical society that we've got, which is causing climate change. More and more of these devices being made takes energy. We should not be having to use them. We have our legs. This is the original healthy form of transport.
Councillor Randall?
Yes, if you were going to make, say, 2 improvements to the area, what were the 2 biggest improvements that you would see for pedestrians
to
would
tell
be?
you the truth, I haven't studied enough, but what I did seem to notice was that the bus stops were going to be placed next to the cycle lanes. And so people are getting off buses right in the face of, I mean, that's just diabolical. Already it's quite agonising now, even just walking down, I mean, that's on top of everything else, Oriental Parade. You used to be able to walk and carefree. Now you can't. You have things whizzing around all over the place, and they love speed, and they're imperious on their cycles of all sorts, commanding the whole situation, and pedestrians just cower, waiting to be hit.
So one other thing, if they just slowed all the roads down, and cyclists and the traffic, would that provide enough safety? Would that
Slowing would be a very good thing. Slowing would be a good thing. But, you know, there's this mentality has been brought up, the faster you go, better, more exciting everything is. It's terrible.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kay. I
Sorry.
Need to be on, but thank you for that importance of walking, which I think we can all take stock from. Next, I have, I was about to say councillor, Simon Marsh up to speak as well. I think you know the drill here.
Yeah. Curse is on the person that came up with the wheel. Chair, councillors, thank you very much indeed. Look, what I'm asking you to do is to make a wise decision. I'm looking at the Thorndon connections in particular. Consider not installing dedicated cycle lanes, particularly in Molesworth Street. Instead, consider an alternative idea that's going to retain parking at busy times, yet it's going to provide a cycle-only path when most in demand. Now, let's be clear. I do support cycling. I support good cycleways installed where they're practical, needed, and on a natural cycle route. And I think Andrew was talking about Kilbirnie, and that's kind of what he was saying earlier on. My previous record as a councillor clearly supports this. As a councillor, I think Councillor Free will testify, when officers wanted to spend $6 million on a number of backstreet cycle paths around the eastern suburbs, yet council's own research overwhelmingly showed that cyclists' desire was for 2 key routes into the city, the Tunnel and Evans Bay. And we didn't have the money, but I continued to lobby. Councillor Free did as well. We lobbied for that Evans Bay route because it's practical, it's needed, and it's on a natural cycle path. And I know it's taken one a hell of a long time. I wish you'd get on and do it. The Thorndon connection cycle routes are none of the above either. They're not practical, they're not needed, and they're not on a natural cycle route. They're used by very few cyclists because they lead to and from an extremely hilly part of Wellington. Routes such as the Wadestown Hill and Barnard Streets are not natural cycle paths for the majority of cyclists, even on an e-bike. I mean, have you biked up there yourself? Honestly? You have, and it is a big effort. You've got to have thighs like Colin Meads if you're on a traditional bike, or you've got to have an e-bike. It's a tough bike ride. Now, I understand that council has done a cycle count some weeks ago, recorded 81 cyclists using Murphy Street into the city during a 2-hour period. Not a lot of cyclists, really. I conducted my own cycle count on a fine, warm afternoon from 4:30 p.m. to 6, and in that 90 minutes, 48 cyclists and 10 scooters went up Molesworth Street. So that's 48 cyclists and 10 scooters. So how can you make a wise and rational decision, yet show you listen to both the Thorndon community, who want to retain some parking, and also cyclists who want a safe way to cycle? Often the simple ideas are the best, and I believe the simple idea here is during peak traffic times, you create a clear way on Molesworth Street. Because a lot of the cars, they don't park there. They're gone by 4:30 to 5. So put in a clear way that only cyclists and scooters can use. Skateboarders too, but I mean, bugger if I get up there on a skateboard, it's a bit of a hill. But in either the right or the left-hand lane, just make it a clear way for that period. Now, the beauty is as well, from 4:30 to 6 p.m, is you can experiment and you can try it. You don't have to go to any great expense or anything like that. You can make it a clear way for cyclists only and see if it works before, you know, scorched earth taking out all the car parks. The proposed option is unnecessary and expensive, which sounds very much like the Island Bay Cycleway. So my suggestion is that I ask you to consider not installing the 24/7 hardwired bike lanes as outlined in the Thorndon connection, but to compromise so both vehicles and cyclists are able to safely and conveniently use the available space. 47 seconds. Any questions?
Excellent. Any questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Would that also help mitigate the impacts of construction zones that are happening down Molesworth Street?
The thing is, the construction zones are there. Those apartments will be built in 18 months. So, you know, life changes. Why make a decision that's permanent because of a construction zone that is not permanent? You know, you need to think ahead a little bit.
Councillor Free.
I'll talk quickly.
Reasonably quick. Do you have an idea yourself whether the left or the right is better up Molesworth Street?
You know, the supermarket is really, really busy. You watch pedestrians trying to get across there. And if you have pedestrians, this is Molesworth Street, trying to get out, and if you have cyclists there as well, my concern is that people are watching pedestrians, they're looking out for cyclists, and there's going to be an accident. On the left, I know you've got the on-ramp for the motorway, but I wonder whether there is some way of giving cyclists the priority to get across. It may be you put some lights there. I don't have the magic answer to that, and Councillor Randall, you might have some suggestions, and I'm certain the officers have got lots of thoughts on it. But again, you can try it. With doing a clear way, you can try it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Simon, for bringing that wisdom and learned experience. Next, we have Ong Su-wen. So 5 minutes, it does go by quickly if you want to leave time for questions as well.
Sure. I live in Thorndon. I've lived there for about nearly 3 years now. I cycle from Thorndon to the city. I don't have a car, so cycle is my main mode of transport. So I'm speaking from experience. Firstly, as an outline, I have a hierarchy of transport which is based on what's good for climate change and what's good for health. So active transport is the best for health, walking and cycling. Okay. Second, mass public transport. And then lastly, private car. Okay. So basically, I'm saying that the council, or really the country, should plan its infrastructure according to that. Go for the, support active transport first, where you can, and then public transport, and lastly, private car. So if money is short, try crimping it from private cars. Don't crimp from active transports. Okay. Now coming to dedicated cycleways. Really, each mode needs a dedicated infrastructure, and that's for safety and efficiency. If we have cycleways, cycleways benefit both cyclists and motorists because you keep them separate. At the moment I cycle on the road, cars, diligent drivers will slow down. That slows them down. Whereas if I'm on a cycleway, there's no worry for the cars. And also, sometimes I admit I cycle on a footpath, but that's because I'm afraid of the cars. Now, if there were a cycleway, I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't be on the footpath and possibly injuring or getting in the way of pedestrians. So a cycleway assists pedestrians, motorists, and cyclists, all modes of transport. Okay. Thorndon is an ideal place for having a cycleway because it is close to the city. You want to encourage active transport modes. And my partner won't cycle into the city. She's too scared. She's not as brave or as foolhardy as I am. Okay, I cycle everywhere. I used to cycle down Narrogin Gorge every day. Now that I've moved to Thorndon, I cycle from Thorndon and into the city. But lots of people won't do that unless they've got dedicated cycleways. Okay, and two last points. Don't be overly swayed by the Thorndon society here, because I find them a very reactionary society. Almost the initial any proposal for the future is sort of, I find that very privileged, guarding their privilege, and something that's not really to do with cycleways, but rental e-scooters are bad. I think you should sort of try and follow Paris and ban e-scooters, because they park on pedestrians, park or where pedestrians want to walk, and that's stopping or hindering active mode of walking. So it's not the cycleways that's a problem. It's, rental e-scooters where they leave all over the place. Okay, that's me. So you got 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ong. Are there any questions? Councillor Free?
I must confess, I've just been looking for your submission. What's your background? I feel like I should know this, but...
I trained as a civil engineer, and now I'm a data analyst, so I'm sort of a...
Anyway.
Data analyst. I'm a quantitative analyst person. And I have written to you, Councillor Free, when I was in Johnsonville. There was something.
Yeah. Hutt Road, I think.
Yeah.
But thank you for that submission. Do you see any issues? Like, we have been told there are a lot of issues with Molesworth Street and, to a this extent, Murphy and Mulgrave. What's your view on those two particular ones?
Having a up and down cycleway is unusual. So you're sort of going down against the traffic. I'm not saying it won't work. When I first saw it, I was a bit thought, not sure. So I'm not wedded to the current plan, but I think we need to do something. I think the council should do something. And I was thinking of the previous person who sort of said, have a temporary thing. And Brooklyn Cycleway, if we can call it that, as far as I understand it, it's a temporary thing, but it's a trial. So I'm happy with that. I cycle up to Brooklyn, and I see a lot more people cycling up to Brooklyn than before they had that installed.
So you're in favour of trials?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thanks, Ong. It's 581 for his submission, not the submission on 152, which is markedly different to what's been put forward. Thank you very much for sharing that first-hand experience. Next, I have Catherine to speak. So, Catherine, we have 5 minutes, and if you want to allow time for questions in that as well.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for an opportunity to speak to you today, and apologies for the name spelling, which is different from what you're probably expecting now that you see me here. I do that because I'm very wary of my comments being cut and paste by the cycle lobby and then posted on Facebook. Anyway, I support cycling. I am a keen cyclist, and I am very keen to see other people cycle. I'm speechless over the Kilbirnie plans, so I'm not even talking about them, but I did make a submission. You will have all read my submission in depth, so you will know it intimately, so I'm just going to pull out the main points. One of the key things that people talk about with cycling is safer cycling. Now, as a pedestrian and as someone who's got friends in wheelchairs and elderly relatives and friends and things, safety is actually really important, but I think there's a lot could be done for cyclists to take more responsibility for their own safety. As someone who cycles around town a lot, I do 90% of my commuting, socialising, etc. on a bike of sorts and my recreation. I'm appalled at the treatment of cyclists towards other cyclists. And I think some of that arises from the fact well, two things. One is that many people who are cycling today have never driven a car, so they don't know the road rules. And they don't seem to be taught them at pedestrian crossings either, because there's somebody in a white fluoro thing, pink, yellow, orange fluoro thing that just gets them to walk out. So they're not learning road rules, and then they become cyclists. And also there's a sense of entitlement that a cyclist should be able to go from A to Z without having to stop. Even pedestrians have to stop. So I think that this needs to be more responsibility for cyclists for their own safety, as well as, you know, well-designed cycle lanes. And I've not seen so many of them around Wellington. I regularly use Hill Street, and speed bumps on a bicycle are not fun. And I'm not quite sure why there's 4 speed bumps on Hill Street, which is very short, and yet there's 4 speed bumps on Aro Street, which is probably 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times as long. I'm just not quite sure of the rationale there. I've actually changed the way I cycle around Wellington, because I don't like the Bowen Street cycle lane, and I think it was particularly unfair on all the other people who, you know, use that parking to provide civil service. I go a different way now, and I will be cycling on the footpath up Hill Street if the speed bumps go in. You can either have 30k or speed bumps. I don't see a need for both if you tie them with cycle safety. One of the things that also really, really is important to me is that I'm actually putting this back on you. I would like you all to question how you go about your daily life, and can you do that on public transport or on a bike? Because that's what you're asking everybody in Wellington to do. And if you can't see yourself cycling and catching a bus, then the only thing you can do is vote for the change that you're going to be. So if you're not going to get off your car and get into a bike or a bus, then you cannot vote for this proposal, Thorndon Connections. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions? Councillor Randall?
Yes, if they, instead of putting protected cycleways in along Molesworth Street and Murphy, they put in some speed management, like around 30, like a 30k limit and that sort of stuff. One, would that improve the cycling safety? And secondly, would that improve things to be sufficiently safe that protected cycleways were not necessary?
I believe if it was enforced by cyclists and car drivers. For me, the Murphy Street one doesn't work, because I turn in left into Pipitea Street or go down Mulgrave and turn left onto Thorndon Quay. So being on the right-hand side means that I've got to cross the traffic anyway. So if you've got one stream of traffic that's got cars and bikes in it, I mean, let's not talk about scooters. I mean, crazy. I believe that 30k on a stretch of road is safer for everybody than separated cycle lanes, which puts pedestrians at risk, it puts cyclists at risk, and it puts drivers at risk of cycle stupidity. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. The other thing is, because you've been around there, you got any comments around the entrance on both Murphy and Molesworth, entrance in and out of New World, and whether that, you know, what to do there?
That's a really tricky one, because I walk up there quite a lot from work to do my grocery shopping or cycle up. I think the cycle lane, if it's going to be dedicated down outside the Remo office, that's Murphy, isn't it, front, but that's got to go on the other side of the road. And if you have on the eastern side, and if you really want to upset car drivers, just make a stop sign when they come off the motorway, if there's cyclists there. But they'll ignore it anyway. As the cyclists ignore red lights and... for Molesworth Street, I think Simon's suggestion of a clearway is actually a really good way to trial something. And when it goes to trialling, I'd like to see more cycle counters. For example, the Island Bay cycle counter isn't even on the Island Bay cycle lane. It's north by 500 metres. The Garden Road is the cycle lane measure for Tinakori Road, so you don't know if people are going through the Botanic Gardens or down Tinakori Road. You just assume they're going Bowen Street. So if you're going to do these trials, you need to put the cycle counters in to make sure people are actually using them.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for coming and speaking to us today.
My pleasure. Anything else? No?
We're out of time, unfortunately.
I'll just take my prop. I don't have a daughter, so I had to bring a helmet.
All right. Next we have Sally. Hi, Sally. So we've got 5 minutes. It does go quite quickly, and if you want to leave time for questions, please do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come today. I really appreciate it. This is the first time I've ever done this, and I have to say to you, it took quite a bit of courage to actually get here today, so thank you. And if you would just please forgive me if I stray off the straight and narrow, I'll try hard not to. I am opposed to the Molesworth Street cycleway. I do believe that the cycleway network plan is not Wellington's silver bullet. It truly isn't. And here is a good example in Molesworth Street. I have lived in Wellington for over 70 years. I absolutely love this city, and it has so much to offer. I am a committed Wellingtonian. However, I'm standing here because I'm very concerned that for many Wellingtonians that I talk to, they feel there is no voice for them at all. Here is what I hear. Why bother with a submission regarding the cycleway network to the Wellington City Council? It's a done deal. Their minds are made up. Why are you wasting your time, Sally, simply going through a consultation process? You know why? Because it ticks all the boxes. They are running this city with no regard for geographical topography or the blatant disregard for individuals who have been unable to use a cycle as their preferred method of transport. And do you know what? They do become marginalised individuals. I have truly seen so much of this in my previous career. I do understand that for you as councillors, nothing is more contentious than the bike network plan that the Wellington City Council is so determined to go ahead with. I do wish we could learn from the mistakes of the past. Several speakers here have talked about the Island Bay Cycleway. And I do applaud you to begin the journey that you are trying to begin, to engage with local communities that know their suburbs so well. There is a wealth of knowledge and skills out there in this room today and out there in the community. And truly, I want to encourage you to utilise those skills. The proposed Thorndon route of the Wellington City Council Bike Network Plan simply cannot, in my view, go ahead in its present format. It will bring significant damage to the whole fabric and infrastructure of Molesworth Street without any regard for business, pedestrians, as a former speaker has so eloquently spoken about, or Wellingtonians who have limited mobility or significant disability issues. The removal of bus stops in the plan shows a complete disregard for the significant number of people who really rely on this service. I use it every day. I believe the proposal to lower the speed limit will have very little effect, particularly as it is clear Molesworth Street is at maximum capacity. I have real safety concerns also regarding this proposal, as many others do. In conclusion, I want to assure the committee I am truly not a climate change denier. I try my very best, along with my husband, to use public transport at every single opportunity. We recycle, we reduce food waste as best we can, and try very hard to fully embrace everything that we can do to reduce the problems that are clearly ahead of us in this world. From my perspective, could I please respectfully ask the Mayor and councillors to consider the following suggestions? Review annual and long-term plans. Our Mayor said on Saturday in the Dominion Post that the cycleway network was decided by previous councils, not the present council. What a perfect way to start. Have courage to reallocate priorities so that urgent infrastructure projects can be undertaken. We should be so seriously concerned that with climate change and the state of our present infrastructure, this winter will no doubt provide Wellingtonians with more floods, more disasters, and truly huge trauma. I have seen that firsthand.
Kia ora, Sally. I just need you to get to the final points now as we're at time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seriously consider the feasibility of our topography when designing future cycleways. And I want to encourage you to be a solution-based council. Work with Wellingtonians and look for the win-win, because truly we all want the same thing. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Sally, and for a first submission, that was very, very well spoken, so congratulations. Excellent. I have Mary Jane coming up next.
Monaghan, Silent G. Good afternoon, and it's my first submission too, but I couldn't not be here today. I agree with so much of what the previous submitters have said, but I'll just get on to what I want to say. At home, it only took me 3 minutes. So I'm a resident of Thorndon. I have no car. I haven't had a car for 40 years. Therefore, I'm a pedestrian and a regular user of public transport. Molesworth Street, I'm talking about Thorndon connections, Molesworth Street is my lifeline to the city, of course to the railway station and further afield, and a lifeline, the supermarket, the hairdresser, the post office and newsagent, the shoe repair shop, the optician, the cafes, the library and the National Library, the pharmacy, and many other small but essential businesses. I fear these proposed changes will hollow out the Molesworth Street Business District. It will become a mere traffic and cycling corridor and destroy the local community. I'm not a reactionary, but I live and I love Thorndon. I've been coming and going since the age of 13 in Thorndon. You can work that one out for yourself, a long time. Safety as a pedestrian and a public transport user is my main concern, and safety for everyone else as well. Taking out the bus stops will severely affect me, especially when Wellington wind and rain makes walking unpleasant and dangerous. I fear death trap situations, such as getting on and off the buses in Island Bay, which I've done, and the corner of Bowen and Glenmore Street, previous speakers have referred to it, with cyclists whizzing past. I hadn't thought about the slippery nature of the surfaces. Well, I must have been there on a dry day. But I fear those situations reproducing themselves the length of Molesworth Street. I'm neither anti-car nor anti-cyclist. In fact, I cycled safely for 26 years in Japan. However, when I returned to Wellington, I feel I would be insane to get back on a bike. At maybe my stage of life, maybe the cyclists here, well, it's a different story, obviously. It's a different country, a different city. Anyway, so for our community to feel safe, we need to perceive that we're safe and that our safety matters to the council. Other people have spoken about the safety of the cycling lobby and so on. I appreciate that, and I support what they say, but I'm speaking for pedestrians. And also another point that has already been made, there's more scope for getting people out of cars and onto public transport than out of cars and onto bikes. As I said,
I may as well shoot myself in the head if I thought of getting on a bike again in Wellington. That's not only because of my age either, and especially for my demographic. So basically that's all I've got to say, but I also support a lot of what the previous people have said. I don't really know the council. I've been back in Wellington for 7 years. When it came to voting the first time back, I honestly didn't know any of the names. It's only from friends and people telling me about who the council are. I really think you take on a very challenging job, but I encourage you to consult. And that's a shocking thing. Sally and I and her husband walked down this morning together. We met in Molesworth Street. I was extremely discouraged by noticing, first of all, somebody approached me and said, "Oh, how do we pay for parking?" And I said, "Oh, well, you look at the little discs." "Oh, no, the little discs have gone. They've been removed." So I suppose some people are getting free parking in Molesworth Street. Does this mean decisions have already been made? And so that's why, although I'm delighted to have the opportunity to come here today, I felt very discouraged as we walked down through Parliament and up the terrace and here. So anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Mary. Mary Jane, sorry. I can assure you no decisions have been made in this. That has to go through a proper process, and that is what's gone through. Did you have a question, Councillor Calvert?
I just really wanted to comment that I agree with you about those things being moved, the parking numbers, because I parked there the other day and I couldn't find one to pay. Yeah.
No. Yeah. These people who were coming, who asked me, assumed I would know, and I didn't know because I don't have a car, but I do have friends who park in Molesworth
And I did
Street.
look for them, yeah.
And so did these people, and so did I help them, thinking I must be going mad, but no, anyway.
Right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mary. Next we have Angela to speak. All right, Angela, so 5 minutes. If you want to let time for questions, please feel free.
I've got a sore foot, so it's a bit hard. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I've got a balance on it, right? Yeah, can I sit down? How do you just do it? Oh. Okay, I had some techno issues. So I kind of think, basically, I used to cycle previously and now I can't. So basically I think I'm all for cycling, but just basically in terms of Wellington, I don't think Thornton in particular can you hear me okay? Is particularly suited to it. So I kind of think pretty much I'm worried about the profitability and patronage for local businesses given the loss of parking spaces, and also in terms of the lighting. Is anything going to be done to improve the lighting for people cycling? Because it's quite often hard to see people at dusk and at dawn. And in terms of promotion, if the cycleway does progress, what is going to be done in terms of increased enforcement that people obey the rules? And also road safety education, and will young children, their parents actually have schools to encourage them to cycle safely and walk safely? And when you look at the number of people actually killed on Wellington's roads and injured, I kind of think maybe this might be the great step backwards rather than forwards. Even though I like cycling, I've cycled overseas and stuff in a previously rather. So basically I think that walking and cycling is good, but I don't think it's appropriate where it's kind of positioned at the moment in terms of the proposed layouts. And I'm kind of interested about the parking, because I kind of think that if you have parallel parking, it's not as efficient as angle parking. So I kind of think it's probably at a greater cost in terms of people's time, and also it's kind of tricky to do it. So I'm all for kind of angle parking rather than parallel parking. And basically, I didn't have enough time to prepare this. And so I think the key thing is that there's got a lot of people that have maybe mobility issues, or they're younger and they're not safe, so they're going to have issues getting on and off buses quite safely. I know that serious kind of cyclists will kind of give way and do what they're supposed to, but I kind of doubt it. And I also think in terms of Thornton New World, it's quite a busy part of the network anyway, and I kind of think the proposed changes will make it more complicated. And I also think in terms of being able to shop in Thorndon and walk and do it if you want, or catch the bus, it's quite good if you don't want to run a car. But this seems to be kind of saying, look, you've got to be some, I don't know, trendy cyclist type. And I've done it before previously, but I just think it's not really appropriate. And I just had not much sleep, so pretty much that's all I have to say, really. Oh, and I just wondered, in terms of the fact that you don't have the car parks anymore, is that going to have much of an impact on the council's kind of finances? Because I think it is going to hurt a lot of little businesses and stuff locally. And having had not much sleep and techno issues, that's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, Angela. Nice and succinct. Did you want to take any questions?
No.
Okay, no, not a problem at all. Thank you.
Sorry.
We're going to persevere through the 5-minute break just because we've got quite a few people in the room, so we're going to keep continuing. So next person I had to come speak was Hiliki. I hope I've said that correctly, and you're welcome to come to the table. And also, so you're here with Maya, who's put in the submission as well. So we've got 10 minutes, but that will include time for questions as well.
Cool, thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Hilika Townsend toku inga. This is my daughter, Maya. It's a bit strange to be back here talking about cycleways in the eastern suburbs again. Because the last time that I think I spoke about this was when Maya was a baby, and I think I turned up with a bit of paint on my shoulder from after dropping my son off at kindy. And quite a lot's changed since then, but we still don't have cycleways in Kilburnie, really. Back then I was asking for bike lanes so my kids could bike to school one day and have a future free from climate anxiety. My kids are old enough now to have their own opinions, so I'm going to let Maya read something that she's written. You okay, Maya? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Maya Charlotte Townsend and I am 7. I love riding my bike to school and places to have fun. In Kilburnie, I like going to the pool and dance classes and the beach and the park in Lyell Bay. On the road, it's scary because cars can crash into me. I can die by getting run over, and there's my mum and dad get scared and grumpy with the drivers. I feel safe riding on the street because the cars go slow. My dad says they go slow because of the speed bumps. I really like the bike lanes that goes down the Wind Needle and the one that goes behind the school. I like the cycle lanes because they are safe and fun. You don't have to worry about cars running over you. It would be cool if there was a bike lane all the way to the pool and beach and other fun places and school too. Please can you make bike lanes pretty, please?
And I just have to show you a proud parent moment. She's drawn some very good pictures of bikes there. I think those bikes would actually work, which isn't, yeah. So, I just want to clarify as well. She says she feels safe riding on our street because the street that we live on has got speed bumps and traffic calming, and so she knows that the cars there are going to be going slow. But when they bike to school, they ride on the road on our street with the speed bumps, and then we get to the busy roads and they're on the footpath the rest of the way because the cars there are not safe. Hopefully the police aren't listening to me say that. So to be perfectly honest with you, I don't really want to talk about bike lanes. I'm sick of talking about bike lanes. I'm sick of being harassed and abused, both online and in person, because I want a better future for my kids. And I will fight for my kids in their future. So today, if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about cake. Most people like cake. Not everyone. Maya only likes ice cream cake, we discovered.
And apple cake.
And apple cake, yes. We once made an amazing 3-tiered rainbow unicorn cake for her birthday, and she didn't like it. It was okay.
The horn.
The horn was okay, yeah. But if you ask all your friends to help you make a cake, it would be a mess, right? There'd be chocolate, there'd be vanilla, there'd be some cream filling, there'd be jam, there'd be icing decorations all over the place. It's going to be a mess. And sure, there's some friends who do have specific needs, who might have allergies or something, and you need to cater to that. But you don't need to cater to all the wants that people have. So let's leave that to the baker. They're the professional. They know what they're doing. They have the skills, the expertise, the experience to make something great. So that's a rather long metaphor to say that we need the council to trust their experts to guide us towards a future that will be best for all of us, not just individuals. The future where our kids thrive, not just survive. I don't want to talk about bike lanes because I can barely ride a bike anymore. I don't know if you notice. It's a bit depressing since I've built a career around promoting and encouraging and educating people around bikes, and I struggle to ride one myself. But what I can tell you is that despite the health struggles that both me and my partner have been through over the last 3 years, and they've been significant and life-threatening, neither of us would be as independent and mobile as we are now had we not been fit and healthy before we encountered those struggles. And that's completely down to us choosing to bike to work, because that's the only exercise that we get. We're busy parents. We don't have time to go to the gym or play sports. We bike to work because it's easy, it's cheap, and it's the only way we get some exercise. And because of that, my husband was fit and healthy enough to undergo a 20-hour surgery, which saved his life. You all know this. You know how good it is for people to be biking. You know how good it is for society to have active people who have physical and mental well-being. You know how good it is for the climate emergency, the cost of living issues that we're all facing. And I know, we all know that change is hard, and that sometimes the bad bits seem more immediate and tangible than the good things. But that's why these decisions are made by elected representatives. They're not easy to make. And if we left it up to everyone to make these decisions, then we wouldn't ever make any progress. That's why you guys have been elected. I'll leave you with one more anecdote. We used to live on Freyberg Street for about 6 years. That's the street in Lyle Bay that runs past Lyle Bay School. We almost never saw kids playing on the street or even, on the footpath. We never saw kids riding their bikes around or scooters, despite it being a flat, wide street, and most kids in that neighbourhood have access to good quality working bikes and scooters. We lived across the road from our son's school, literally could see his classroom from our lounge window, and we had to walk him across the road to school because it wasn't safe for him to do that himself. We live in a much less affluent part of Wellington now, but it's a suburb with a big heart. And the kids there don't have much, I can tell you that. But they do, and they can, play on the street safely. I see kids younger than Maya out on their scooters and on their bikes, enjoying what little recreation that they do have. We have a neighbour across the road, and it takes her a good minute to cross the road with her Zimmer frame, but she can do that safely. And that's down to the speed bumps, and because there's a cul-de-sac, and people drive slowly, and it's safe. It's safe for people with disabilities. It's safe for children. So too often we prioritise the convenience of adults and cars over the safety and happiness of children and people with disabilities. So I'm asking the council to make a grown-up decision on behalf of all of us. And I really hope that I'm not going to be back here in 7 years, that Maya doesn't have to come back here in 7 years and ask you for the same thing again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and well done, Maya, for your submission as well. I've got a question from Councillor Paul.
Hey, kia ora Maya, kia ora Halika. Those are some awesome drawings you did, Maya, too. I was just wondering what you thought about, there seems to be a narrative forming that we can just slow down the speeds and that's sufficient in all of these projects. What would you say to that?
Yeah, absolutely. In some areas, slowing down the speeds will it'll help for sure. And once we have a culture around cycling, then in a lot of places that would be enough, but we don't have that yet. Over the weekend, I gave out bikes to 5 young, youngish compared to me, Filipino men who have just come over here, leaving their families behind to drive buses for us. And I had to tell them, actually, until we've been able to give you a lesson, ride on the footpath, because it's, despite there's just not enough safe places to ride. One of the biggest risks, so when people are like that, when I give them bikes, one of the things I tell them to watch out for is car doors. It's not the cars that are driving. Often it's the people opening their car doors, and that's why parked cars are such a risk. Like, we have more feedback, like of the 2,000 bucks I've given out, that's the most serious crash we've had. Someone ended up in hospital because of a car door. So it's not actually the speed so much as the lack of awareness and the lack of separation. And those are the things that make it safer.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Free.
Hi, Hilika. I'm really sorry to hear about your health challenges, but I guess that does kind of highlight for me a little bit of the dichotomy we're in, where we want people to be able to ride bikes, but there are some people who are just, we'll need those car parks.
Absolutely.
How do you suggest we kind of try to rationalise those two competing forces?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, I've been very reliant on my car for the past year, but it's seen my health get worse. For me, and this is, it's going to be a growing kind of crisis with long COVID in particular. There's a lot of people who can't walk short distances. I'm much better off walking a long distance than a short distance, because then my heart kind of catches up with where it's supposed to be at. But if I walk 200 metres to the bus stop, I'll be shaking and a complete wreck. If I have to stand still, I can't do that. This isn't for me walking, this is for me standing. Riding a bike means that I get movement and exercise, and there's a lot of those kind of invisible illnesses or hidden disabilities, as they're called, where mobility devices like scooters, the electric scooters, and even mobility scooters, bike lanes are great for mobility scooters. If you go over to Holland, that's one of the biggest users of bike lanes is elderly people on mobility scooters. An area like Kilburnie, where there is a huge amount of people choose to live there because they are in wheelchairs, or and there's a big retirement home there. For people like that, having a safe place to ride their mobility scooters where they can go a bit faster than they could on the footpath, that gives those people freedom and independence.
Thank you very much. Need to move on with time. Appreciate both of you coming in today.
Thank you.
Next we have Christine. Hi, Christine. So we've got 5 minutes. If you want to leave time for questions, you're welcome to sit at the table or come to the lectern, whichever's.
This way?
Yeah, just there's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, it's on for you. Which one?
Yeah, my height is challenging. Tēnā koutou. My name is Christine Massey. Can you hear me?
Yes. That's it.
My name is Christine Massey. My partner and I live in Thorndon, in a street off Tinakori Road, in the village, and very near Ki Pāenga-whāwhā Botanic Garden. In the past, I used to use the bus or walk to my teaching job through the Botanic Garden. Now that I'm retired, I have different habits. I'm not confident enough to get on a bike. In my 70s, it's not quite as safe for me. Much as I like bike riding, I did in Auckland, but it was flatter, I have to say. Our terrain and climate, plus the risk of injury, make this not feasible for me personally, and a lot of people in my area. We are not Berlin. If anyone's lived in Berlin, it seems safer because people are much more aware as well. I'm not against cyclists, but I am against the removal of on-street parking, or a lot of it, for the following reasons. One, it reduces access to public facilities for those with limited mobility. It limits for the disabled, for the elderly, for family groups, migrant families and extended families. Two, it reduces access for women shopping and mothers with young children, especially in my area. Three, Molesworth street parking removal. It reduces access to government departments, reduces access to Parliament. 4, I feel that the activism in one lobby group, cyclists, has reduced the rights of other minority groups. I understand that the pro-cycle lobby has been meeting for the council for some years, and I'm with them on many areas, but not in some of these cases. 5, Molesworth Street connection. Clearly stage 1 of a route down Tinakori Road, which will have a big negative impact on residents in a part of town when parking is already under pressure. 6, I am concerned that Thorndon Village will be impacted by rumoured changes, which I've only seen limited notification on. Thorndon will die, the village will die if parking is removed. No houses there have off-street parking. Many properties are rented with multiple occupants and vehicles. The observations I have made since the Thorndon Karori bike lane are these. Very few cyclists use it during the day. Mostly is at the end of a workday when bus users are also returning home and getting off the bus. That requires careful observation as they then have to cross the bike lane after dismounting. Also, as a pedestrian, there's a blind spot where the cyclists cross the footpath on the corner of Bowen and Tinakori Road. Perhaps a mirror for pedestrians would be a solution. Crossing from the other direction is also difficult. Once on the other side of the road, one must look very carefully to cross the bike lane. 2 other things. The cycle lane related changes, especially the bus stopping directly around the corner and holding up all traffic, has frustrated motorists, and I see more dangerous driving. They speed through the red lights and disregard legally crossing pedestrians. The Bowen Street Tinakori intersection is now even more dangerous. Safety of cyclists and scooters on their designated lane. Falling branches and leaves are already causing issues. I've already seen bikes come over and scooters slip. How is this to be maintained with the narrowness of the bike lane coming up Bowen especially? As an older person, I try not to use my car, but sometimes, like today, I walked. But sometimes, because of a variety of errands, I must use it, but finding a park is also very difficult. I hope this explains some issues from another perspective. I'm not against cyclists. In fact, I'm happy to see that they are safer. But I'm not sure how many will brave the hills in some areas, even in the future, unless they can afford electric bikes. In my opinion, it is the older people and women shopping and mothers with young children who have been impacted. Hea ana taku no nene.
Thank you, Christine, for those direct observations. Are there any questions? No, you're welcome to go. Thank you very much.
Go.
We still don't have John. Okay, we're going to jump around to John Bickerton if you're here. John Grace hasn't shown up yet. You're welcome to come to the lectern or the table, whichever is more comfortable. And you've got 5 minutes with questions.
Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou te katoa. I live in top of Tinakori Hill. The traffic through Tinakori Road, up Karori Roads, up Northland Roads, is very dangerous. There is, in my view, not enough space for the large buses that the council seems to have employed, and cars. And the biggest issue is parking. Parking goes all the way up to the very top of Tinakori Hill, where we now have 3 or 4 cars per section, which we never had before. And so cars, even there, on Wellington roads are not the easiest, but they are charming. You know, that's the way life is. I used to be, sorry, jumping the subject, seeing Councillor Pennant there reminds me of the older days when I used to be an advocate of the town belt. And those days, it was much the same as now.
that the council didn't listen. And why I came here today was because I got an email a day before it happened, and I read the Thornton Association website and did my submission through that, which got me an invitation to speak. So forgive me for not being prepared. I very much support Sally Barrett and Mary Jane did much more eloquent statements than me. But I am appalled, and I remain appalled, that here you are now consulting on something that has already been decided. You're telling us that no decisions have been made. Quite frankly, I think there have been decisions made, even if only in private. You know, it's not credible to suggest that you would have invested the money at the Thornton-Bowen Street intersection and there if you hadn't have made decisions. But I never knew about them until they happened. Like many of the people before, I'm now older, I need a car to get back from the bus stop. I'm too frightened to drive. I drove a car in London for 20 years round Hyde Park Corner daily. But I was always been too frightened to drive in a bike in Wellington. And now I'm too frightened to drive a car in the CBD because I don't understand which lane I should be in because it's painted on the road underneath the car in front of me. It's just appalling and no consideration for the people who use it from my perspective. So forgive me if I feel a bit angry. But I feel that this council should sort out parking. That means where people keep their cars during the day. There's no point in them going to work downtown and leaving the problem up the hill. That's really all. Sorry, it's a bit rambling. I was not prepared. But I'm still quite angry and opposed to further cycleways until you sort out what the heck we're trying to do, or you're trying to do. It's not my problem anymore. I'll be dead and gone. But you do have a problem, and all I have seen is the problems get worse. I'm sorry to say that, but I very much support what Sally Barrett and Mary Jane said. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, John, and thank you for sharing how you're feeling. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Not a problem. We are jumping a bit ahead of schedule at the moment. Alistair, I understand you're here. Excellent. All right, Alistair, so we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Time for questions if you like, and it does go quite quickly.
I know. I'm Alistair Boyce. I'm co-founder of the Thornton Community Group and the Small Business Coalition. I've either lived or worked in Thornton continuously since 1990. I operate and supply businesses throughout Wellington CBD. I advocate on behalf of small business. The Thornton precinct, like the Wellington CBD, is facing a perfect storm. We have somehow survived lockdowns, mandates, and the occupation protest. Now, work from home has taken up to 40% of our sales. Generally, we no longer operate inside our trading terms. We cannot staff adequately and only open minimum hours. Increasing rates, red tape, and access are real issues. Mayor Tory Whānau tells us we have a further 10 years of pain on top of imminent recession. Business and ratepayers have real concerns over WCC fiscal responsibility and cost-benefit analysis. We are not interested in funding failed experiments that cut off access. CBD and Thornton business models are predicated on pre-COVID turnover. On average, we're only achieving 60% of pre-COVID sales. Our wage costs are up 50% in 5 years. with less productivity. CBD shop fronts empty, allowing a rotating ghetto of social problems. Building, business and residential values are slumping. All CBD property and business models necessarily have to change under this assault. Business is not being heard and is being squeezed out at an alarming rate. The very real effect of the Thorndon Cycleway project will be further pressure on customer and supply access. Thorndon Precinct will become an inaccessible island and then a desert opposite Parliament. Thorndon Connections proposal does not enhance walkability, livability, the city as an ecosystem, or densification. At this point in time, the project simply does not work. It provides no practical solutions, only unnecessary complication to the very real problems of access for construction projects and Thorndon institutional infrastructure. Both business and building owners are leaving in quiet, unceremonial haste. There will be a decade of unnecessary dislocation. The WCC is facing a fiscal hole and becoming the dying city. Yet it does not have to be this way. Please slow down the rapid rollout, conduct effective cooperative urban planning, good faith community consultation, and get it right. 900 Thorndon submissions say, do not do the Thorndon cycleways. It is unnecessary and a danger to pedestrians. Slow the roads. Allow Thorndon to breathe. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Alistair. I've got one myself. I guess, so we've heard a bit about slowing speeds and putting signs in there. Do you think that's enough, or do we need to do things on top of just putting signage up to achieve those goals?
Which goal are you trying to achieve?
So we're talking about making it safer for pedestrians via slower speeds. Are signs just saying the speed limit, say like Tinakori Village, is that enough, or do we need to look at other measures on top of that, in your opinion?
Well, you have to go around the whole area and see the best ways to slow the traffic. Coming off the motorway, I think you've got to slow it there without a doubt. It's also downhill, so the cycles go faster. So the cyclists, especially with motorised, could go 50 kilometres an hour quite easily. At the moment, in general, cyclists can get around faster than cars. Cars are at 30k except off the motorway. And sensible, keep it at 30k or under.
And quick question from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much for your submission, and look, I hear the issues that you're raising. I just wonder though, would you accept that business has to change as other things change around it? So working from home may become more popular, so hopefully Thorndon businesses should actually be doing a roaring trade. Thank you.
No, Thorndon business relies on patronage from people actually in offices working. So it's a major change and a major dislocation. It could be permanent, and business is dislocated and changing because it's got no choice. So we are operating around 60% of pre-COVID sales, and rents, business models and everything else has to change. There is no profit in small business generally in this area at the moment, and that extends through to the CBD.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alistair, for your submission.
Thank you.
All right, we have Nigel Gould.
Thank you very much. Great to be back in this building. It's a building which I was one of the first tenants in, and it's superb to see local government working again in the manner of interaction that you're doing there. I'm a biker. I live on top of Waystown Hill. I spend a lot of time going down to the city and beyond. So I have a close familiarity with Molesworth Street, Hobson Street and all those streets which provide a link between Waystown and the city and beyond. I'm also somebody who spent 4 decades of my life spending a lot of time doing things which have been very productive as Wellington has evolved over the past 50 years or thereabouts. I take some pride and have a lot of joy in seeing the things which have been part of our history being continued in the way that they have. But I want to tell specifically about the bikes, and the thing that first comes to my mind in terms of the planning that's gone into this, is there any evidence of how much we expect to see cyclists gain in higher degrees of density than what we currently have in the areas which are proposed? Is there any analysis being done to show that there will be a major benefit of that, which is going to offset the major issues going to be confronted by the retailers, the residents, and those involved in the commercial life in that particular area, Molesworth Street and beyond? I don't know. The question is, which I put to you, has there been any analysis done of what the impact will be and the benefits that will be gained by the new access through Molesworth Street? By my analysis, and it's a very casual one, I'll be the first to admit, but I would say that more than 75% of the people who ride up Molesworth Street during the course of the day are between the hours of 4 p.m. and 6:30 p.m, particularly in the summer. So therefore, we have to ask the question, why not look at having something which is like the traditional bus highway concept, where cyclists can have the opportunity at the peak part of the day to have a safe ride, and those who are in cars, etc., and retailers in that area can use Molesworth Street as we now know it. Many of them are destination retail in the chemistry areas and the other forms of services, and it's going to be very difficult for those businesses to maintain their current level of activity, let alone grow, if they're going to have the car parks removed that are anticipated to be done there. So give some thought, if you haven't already done to it. My suggestion is, as you look on the left-hand side of the Molesworth Street being open for a shared concept, with cyclists having the preference and priorities going up that corridor from Parliament to the bridge across the motorway. And during the day, when there would be very few and very little traffic from cyclists, that there's still the opportunity for the casual parker to do the sort of parking they do now. Your analysis should show that there's a high level of turnover of those parking areas. They're not all-day parking. They're there for people who are there for a particularly short time. The other suggestion which I'd make as well, having watched what's happened down in Thorndon area and on the Oriental Bay, if we're going to have angle parking, as has been very traditional, I suggest that going in nose first leaves a very dangerous situation emerging for both those on the road and the person backing out, because you cannot see naturally out the back. So why not have angle parking the exact reverse as we do in the marine industry, where you reverse into an area, safely berth or park there, and when you start to nose out, you are naturally looking to your right from the position of great clarity, and you will see if anybody, cyclist or other cars, is coming there. So just imagine it if you're going around Oriental Bay, round past Clyde Quay, and look at all those angle parking slots that are there. If they were turned around the other way, so people drove past and backed into their park, they would have a much safer means of exit when it comes to that turn. So very simply, that's my observations, suggestions, and I leave it to you to give further consideration. But I'd be happy to take any questions if you had them.
Excellent. Thanks, Nigel. One from Councillor Free.
There's been a lot of suggestions that we should look at the left-hand side of Molesworth Street, but what do you think would be the impact on people trying to board buses if we did that?
Well, again, bus traffic up Molesworth Street is, compared to many other areas, quite limited. There's one bus that goes past at the maximum every 20 minutes, going straight up the hill on Route 14, and thereafter there's very limited activity. There's a few other smaller buses, some which in fact go up and then turn and come down Murphy Street, just a shorter circuit. But suggestion would be that for a cyclist in that shared lane, there would be very little clashing with buses.
Thank you, Nigel. Nice solid list of suggestions there. Thank you for coming in today.
Thanks.
We are now moving backwards a little bit to John Grace. Thank you. So you've got 5 minutes. That does include time for questions, and it can go quite quickly.
Yep. I suppose first of all, I'll just say a bit who I am. I carry on business as a barrister, but haven't come here to make legal submissions. The reason I am here mainly is because I've been a user of Molesworth Street for about 30 years. I come in, I do research in the High Court or in the library there. I suppose the back bench or across the road is one of the places I usually grab a coffee or a drink afterwards. I also use the National Library as well. And as I say, I've been doing that for about 30 years, so I've had a fairly good view of those who use Molesworth Street at different times of the day. Now, I suppose the other thing I probably need to say is I'm not against cycle lanes. I think they're useful in some places. I think the whole purpose of a cycle lane is when you need to separate the cars from the cyclists. In most cases, I'm a fan of sharing the road. And again, I'm probably a little bit of a lapsed cyclist myself because I only got a car when I was about 40. Up until that stage, I was either cycling or using public transport. So I'm not one of these people that think, anti-cyclists, anti-cycle lanes. Question is where to have them. So really it should be two things. One is when it's necessary to separate cycle lanes from the, vehicles, and that benefits both, in my view, because it's just as much in the vehicle's interests as it is the cyclists to be free of the other one in appropriate places. And the other one is when there's a sufficient cycle traffic, either now or in the future, to justify that separation. Now, Molesworth Street at the moment, the first, I suppose, thing I've noticed is in 30 years, I have to really struggle to remember anybody using Molesworth Street as a cyclist. It's very occasional. Reason for that is being, first of all, we've already got Thornton Quay, which is at the moment already a dedicated cycle lane, but even before that, it seemed to be the main, being flat, seemed to be the main place where cyclists used it. And we've also got Bolton Street. Really, when you think about this, what a cycle lane there would service, you're really just talking about Wadestown and the certain part of Tinakori Road. So then the question is it necessary to make the necessary changes just for that number of people? Now you can say, okay, well, maybe if you make a cycle lane, then it would encourage more cyclists, which is what, I'm nothing against that, obviously, being a cyclist or a lapsed one myself. But then if that was the case, then why don't we see a lot of cyclists over the weekend or other times over holidays when there isn't so much traffic in Molesworth Street? If Molesworth Street was or Mulgrave Street were places that cyclists were wanting to use, then surely we'd see that happening already at times when it wasn't used so much by cars. So the reason I'm personally against it, I'm probably not saying anything that nobody else has said, is that it seems to me that this isn't one of the roads, it's one of the main arterial roads, of course, onto the motorway, used by people like me, because I live in Upper Hutt. Cycling at the moment isn't viable. You're really using one of the roads that I think should be mainly kept for vehicles and for the parking, when there's already alternatives, such as Thornton Quay and Bolton Street. So that's essentially any questions.
Thank you, John. Do you have one from Councillor Pennant?
Yes.
Thanks, John, and congratulations on not getting a car till you're 40.
Yes.
On that basis, do you see that there is a future where many people could live like that if the appropriate systems are put in place, and that's what we're trying to do at the moment?
You mean like I was, not having a vehicle? I think, yes, I'd personally actually be encouraging that, particularly people that live in the cities, and I think we can see that in not so much New Zealand and other countries. But the problem is then what you've got to do is have certain places, I think, for cyclists and certain places for cars, because you need to have both. And that's really, I suppose, my submission isn't that we shouldn't have more cycle lanes. I think we should, it's a matter of identifying what roads are really, I suppose, the main vehicle arterial roads, which I think Mulgrave and Molesworth Street are, being access to the motorway, and what are probably places that are better for cyclists.
Excellent. And any other? Yeah, Councillor Free.
Councillor Free. Yep.
Do you see another alternative for Molesworth Street just being, as some people have suggested, making it incredibly slow and just letting the road be a sort of a more of an undefined shared space, or would that not be what you would?
Well, I think there are already alternatives. One is Thornton Quay and the other one is Bolton Street. Thornton Quay is flat, of course, so I think that's better. But
it doesn't get you to Wadestown, however.
Yes, it does. There's Sar Street, I think it's called. My street names are a little bit. But the thing is, no street is going to be perfect for cyclists and no street is going to be perfect for road users. But I think you've got to identify which streets are appropriate as, I suppose, the main arterial routes for traffic, and what are the best, as I suppose, use the words arterial roads for cyclists. You can't, I don't think you should make every road a cycleway road.
Okay.
That's the point.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John. We're at time now, so we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, we have just a few more speakers and then we're going to break for our afternoon tea. But Tom, Stacey. So 5 minutes with questions if you wish for, and it does go quite quickly.
Many thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. Tom Stacey is my name, and I'm the front of house manager for a little restaurant on Mulgrave Street, a restaurant called Mariluka. You have visited it. Nice to see you again, and those of you who haven't, you're missing out. And I would suggest to those who haven't, you better be quick, because this proposal signifies pretty much a death knell for our restaurant. We've had a very, very tough time in the last 4 and a bit years. Earthquake effects, two buildings in our street were demolished, culminating in footpath and road closures. The COVID thing, the parliamentary occupation. So yeah, it's been a tough time, and we're just starting to come right. But yeah, this will be a death knell. We are what in the hospitality industry is called a destination restaurant, i.e. we don't have pedestrian foot traffic going past continually. It's not like Courtney Place. So people have to get to us. The majority of our clientele is, I hesitate to say elderly, but certainly 40 plus, and they are motorists. So that's from a personal point of view, and directly affects obviously my employment and the family who own the business are personal friends of mine. And it would be a very, very sad day if this brought about that. As far as a solution is concerned, I should state that I'm not anti-cyclist. I've cycled, quite regularly, recreationally, but I don't use cycles to get to and from work or anything. I live in the city. I lived in Thorndon for 20 odd years in Hobson Street, and I'd just like to iterate a couple of the comments that Alistair Boyce made, and that is that let Thorndon breathe. Thorndon is a unique little suburb, traditionally set, and it up till now it's worked because just the essence of the place is narrow streets combining with the arterial routes to and from the motorway, i.e. Molesworth and Murphy, and it just works. I can't see any advantage in these proposals of changing which streets you can go up and which you can't, and all the rest of it. The business area of Thorndon, i.e. I'm talking that sort of middle of Molesworth and the middle of Murphy and Mulgrave, are regularly used by vehicles, not only personal vehicles, but couriers, delivery vehicles. There's a lot of hospitality outlets there, a lot of offices, a lot of businesses. So this would hamstring the business community there. I would suggest to the council, and with the utmost respect, that we need to, just as a city, we need to focus more on getting our basics right. And again, I'm iterating what Alistair said, and that is get it right. Let's get our water infrastructure right. Let's get our roading infrastructure right before we start pandering to what is, let's face it, statistically is a massive minority on in terms of cyclists as opposed to motorists. I just cannot see the advantage in doing this. John Grace made the very valid point that Thorndon Quay is a far more appropriate cycleway, being flat and wider, and it's already in place. We could use that with a bit of a change, maybe some proposal whereby they come off Tinakori Road onto Thorndon Quay. I don't know, but I would say the main cyclist arterial route into the city and from the city should be via Thorndon Quay rather than the proposed things through Molesworth and Murphy, which would be, in my particular case, a death knell for the business I work for, but also it would seriously affect the business area generally. Happy to take any questions.
Cool, I've just got a quick one. Given you're a destination restaurant, who else are you competing with in the area for car parking, at sort of 7 o'clock, 7:30 on weekdays and weekends?
That varies. If there's a big funeral at Old St Paul's, we're stymied. We get a lot of people parking casually in the area alongside our restaurant, but not necessarily coming into the restaurant. But our patrons do tend to park, particularly on the right-hand side of Mulgrave, obviously to avoid crossing the road, but also that left-hand side with the outside Old St Paul's, that sort of area, is also popular. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
All right. Sabine. Kia ora. So 5 minutes. Again, it does go quite quickly, and if you want to leave time for questions as well, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give my point of view on the proposed Thorndon Cycleway. I understand that the motivation for a cycleway in Thorndon is a green agenda to get cars out of the city. Is this what Wellingtonians want, or is it what the City Council wants? Wellington is still reeling from the effects of the COVID-19 lockdowns and ongoing staffing issues. Businesses in the CBD have not yet recovered. The Council's policies of removing car parks and increasing times for paid parking is having the effect of driving casual visitors out of the city and going to other places that do not have parking and are much more accessible. The public transport required to offset, to some extent, the deterrent is not there. The bus network we have at the moment is infrequent and unreliable. Cycleways are unlikely to be used by the elderly, families with infants, or by people going to an event in the evening, such as a concert, opera, or restaurant. You claim that you are inclusive, but cycleways exclude all of these groups of people. You may have campaigned on cycleways, but can you not see that there are many more important things that need to be done first? The town centre is looking tired, grubby, and uncared for. The water pipes and public transport should also be higher on the list than cycleways. From the Council's previous attempts at cycleways in Island Bay, Oriental Bay to Evans Bay, and the one in Karori, it has become evident that the Council does not have the expertise required to design a properly integrated cycleway that works for all users, cyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles. Please don't install another one. This is not a time for party politics. It is a time to do what is right for Wellington. We have to look out for our inner city businesses, or they will be gone. This proposed cycleway will cut another lifeline for businesses in the area. It is ideological, not practical or beneficial to the residents of Thorndon and neighbouring suburbs. Now is the time for the Council to demonstrate maturity. We Wellingtonians have voted you in to look after and promote our city, to provide a happy, clean and efficient city to live, work and play in, to make Wellington a city we can all be proud of. Let's get Wellington off its knees before we take on more cycleways. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sabine. I have a question from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Sabine. I was just wondering, you said just in your speech just now that Council didn't have the expertise to design an integrated cycleway. So where do you think, what expertise are you talking about? Like, what do you think is lacking specifically?
Well, in the one from Evans Bay to Oriental Bay, The cyclists actually, first of all, they have to stop, get off their bike, cross the road, and get on. They have to just cross the road. I have cycled it a few times. I find it really intimidating, difficult, and it takes a long time sometimes to cross the road when it's busy. Also, sharing the pathway, sharing the allocated space with pedestrians is not ideal. On a busy day, you've got lots of pedestrians. You have to get off your bike because there's too many people. It just doesn't work.
And any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming in today. Fiona's on her way, but she isn't here yet. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to afternoon tea early, but we'll come back at 10 to 4 so that we don't put her out too much when she does get here. So morning tea's at the back, and for all the public participants, afternoon tea. Afternoon tea, you're welcome to help yourself as well. So we'll be back at 10 to 4. No mai, haere mai. We're going to get back into it. I'd like to welcome Fiona. Thank you again for your patience and apologies for the muck around. So you've got 5 minutes to speak. If you want to allow time for questions, please do, and it does go by quite quickly.
Thank you. Kia ora. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Fiona Saraki and I live in Karori. I have been paying rates over the last 5 years and I am extremely concerned that our rates are rising every year and over and above inflation. I want to know that everyone is getting value for money when they pay their rates. I don't want to see hard-earned money frittered away on projects we simply don't need at this time. I want to pay for pipes, not bikes. I believe we already have enough cycle lanes. Excess cycle lanes are a want, not a need. It's basic economics. Right now, the cost of living is too high for everyone. We are just about surviving. We are not living. Most people are just getting by. Point 1, adding more cycle lanes will do next to nothing for climate change. I've always been a really big green supporter, by the way. It is literally a drop in the ocean. In order to tackle climate change properly, we need to tax the big polluters first. Unless we ban cars overnight, creating more cycle lanes will have no impact. Point 2, how many more cyclists will these proposed new cycle lanes attract? 1 or 2? I say this because I know that cyclists will cycle whether we have cycle lanes or not. I live near to the South Karori Makara Peak Bike Park. There are no cycle lanes, as far as I'm aware, on the roads, but plenty of cyclists. Point 3, how much more will we be paying for maintenance of the proposed cycle lanes? I'm not sure if anyone knows what we're already paying for the ones we've already got. Does anybody know the answer to that question? Point 4, the proposed cycle lanes, I believe, I think many others do too, will cause many businesses to lose customers, and some have already closed in Thorndon. Taking away parking spaces, which is a huge source of revenue for the council, doesn't make logical sense. We should be attracting businesses in our city, not creating a ghost town. Point 5, I don't think the proposed plans have been thought through properly yet, and their impact on the community as a whole. It is political correctness gone mad to put plans into action and then realise mistakes have been made, only to go back to the drawing board again a couple of years down the track. For example, the lampposts in Wellington that now need replacing because they are faulty. We need to be realistic. This is costing us millions of dollars. I do hope you consider what I and many other ratepayers and citizens have said and are saying. I'd like to end on a positive note, though. Although I don't support the implementation of more cycle lanes in our city, I do very strongly support the lowering of vehicle speed limits on our roads, as I think it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. I have a question from Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Fiona. Great submission. I agree with you about taxing the big polluters, but does that also mean that we have to provide people with alternative ways to get round if they're not using lots of petrol? Just trying to understand the argument there. Thank you.
Well, I just think that, we should improve our bus services. For one, I personally don't drive. I try to walk and take the bus whenever I can. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Fiona, for coming in today. Next, I have Yasmin and Jeffrey. Are they online? Coming in online. Excellent. So we've got 5 minutes. That does need to include time for questions if you want to take questions, and it can go by quite quickly. Ready when you are.
Okay, hi. Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm Yasmin Lisa. So we own Italian restaurant here in Mulgrave Street. And sorry, my husband will not be able to join me today. Yeah, so about the, putting cycling lane or cycle lane along Mulgrave, it will affect our business a lot. Businesses everywhere, not only in New Zealand, but or not only in Wellington. We had struggled for the past few years, and this is the only year. Like we had COVID for 2 years, and in Thorndon we had the protest, which took more than a week, and then now it's a recession. So this is just the year that nothing major is happening in terms of, those COVID, that's beyond our control. Okay, but taking away those parking spaces along Mulgrave will affect our business strongly. Like, for instance, our business caters to mostly over 40 years old. And some of our guests, they have they have sticks when they walk. So I can't imagine, our clients or our guests walking, far away, going to the restaurant. And our restaurant is a destination restaurant. So not a lot of people walking by along Mulgrave. Yeah, so they really need a vehicle to go to our restaurant. So it will really affect our business. I'm not against on the reducing the use of fuel, but if you can consider just putting on the other side, or maybe Molesworth Street, that'd be great. Yeah. So again, this is just the year that as far as our business is concerned, this is just the year that I think hopefully we'll be able to, cope in terms of sales. Yeah. I hope you can consider what I've said. Yeah, and I'm not only speaking for our business, even other businesses along within Thorndon. Yes, because Thorndon it's a destination place. It will really affect the business in the Thorndon area. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasmin. I have a question for you from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Yasmin, for coming in. When you first heard about this proposal, what did you raise your concerns with council staff, or did you have an opportunity to raise it directly with them?
I just fill up the form. There was a form given to us, and within the Thorndon. So that's the only time. I haven't talked to anyone from the council.
So no one came knocking on your door and said, "Here, this."
No one.
Okay.
Yeah, none. I just heard it when they hand me this form and this information about putting those cycle lane in Thorndon, specifically in Mulgrave Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, nice and simple and to the point, Yasmin. So thank you for coming and speaking with us today.
Thank you for giving me the time.
Not a problem. And I believe, Joe, we have you online as well. Okay. Joe, it is your time. If you can hear us now, we've got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So you've got 5 minutes. That includes time for questions if you do wish to take questions, and it can go quite quickly. So ready when you are.
Okay, thank you. I wrote my submission rather hastily in the Thorndon supermarket on the basis that in case I did get it done in case I forgot. But the key issue I queried was around the focus on whether we need a cycleway on absolutely every possible street that will carry one, and queried why we don't think more about a wider concept like sharing the roads rather than just the road. Since then, I've done a bit of research and a bit more thinking and got even clearer in my thinking. I note that the purpose of the Local Government Act is for councils to provide, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, so I won't go out verbatim, but to ensure democratic representation and reflect the diversity of community interests. And the role of councils reiterates, Section 10 reiterates that basic requirement and extends it out to consideration of diverse social, environmental, etc. activities. And that, following up on from that, I did a bit more research, which just intensified my basic concerns about the real quality of thinking and the breadth of consideration of diversity of interests, and especially the interests of actual people behind this proposal. Roading planners seem to have done an okay job as far as their responsibilities for roading go, and that's their job. But where's any real indication of consideration beyond that, especially the people who are expected to be able to walk an extra 10 minutes, just fork out for Wilson parking, so, who do charge rather exorbitant rates, assuming they actually do have a park available. How much really is the odd extra seat or extra leaner going to do for people wrangling as small children to get to a specialist appointment, or a brain injury victim for whom, which is a situation I have dealt with, for whom every outing is an ordeal and the Brain Injury Trust is a lifesaver? You expect that person to walk 10 minutes, they're not going to go, they're not going to make it, and they're not going to get the help. Or the caregiver trying to drop off a child to meet their parent at their office so they can go home. Then try wrangling a young child who's about ready for dinner for 10 minutes that they don't want to walk. Then there's the range of options considered. All again focused on transport movements. Fine for traffic management planners, it's their job. But what about the council's wider responsibilities and purpose? And as far as all your publicity on your own website suggests, this is all gung-ho, it'll be great, it's a decision fait accompli. Most of the emphasis is on commuter and rush hour. So where is the actual thinking about possibly simple and cost-effective options like extending the use of clearways rather than having cycleways sitting idle for most of the day, but forcing people to climb off buses and be extra vigilant in case there does happen to be a random cyclist pedalling along. Clearways would seem to be far more in the interests of local businesses and make things much easier for people trying to access government departments and the multiple specialists and people like that, or businesses like that in the Thorndon area, particularly on Molesworth Street, but also on Molesworth, but also on Murphy. In my final query is about the quality of the so-called data presented on your websites and in all the publicity. Also, your processes for getting feedback from the public. How can data, that supposed data or extrapolations from overseas experience apply directly to Wellington and also be presented as big headlines that 60 or how many percent more people will cycle or will walk or use public transport? Locations that have populations.
Sorry, Joe, we're just at time if you just want to make your final summations.
Okay. I think your data collection is rubbish. I think your, which is very harsh, but it's a summation. I'm also very concerned that you're getting feedback from supposedly individuals when there's websites online asking or advising and people supporting the cycleway and instructing them, guiding them how to make submissions to this panel, which gives you very misleading interpretations, I would have thought. So if you're serious about doing your job, I'd ask Council to really respect the diversity of interest in this community and recognise that most people don't have time to read like documents. Just try doing proper surveys to ask people why they don't use or why they use cars and why they don't cycle. Sorry for exceeding time, but thank you for listening.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, Joe. We'll move on. John, I believe you're in the room. John Boyd? Yes. So we've got 5 minutes for presentation, including time for questions, and it does go quite quickly.
Yep. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to the proposals. I very much appreciate that. I'll give you a little bit of background on myself. I'm not a Thorndon resident. However, I've worked in Thorndon for some 15 years or so for the Ministry of Health, top of Milesworth. I regularly use, more regularly than I would like, the medical facilities of Thorndon Medical Centre, and I've also used the plastic surgery consulting rooms on Murphy Street. So the importance of access to those things is significant for me. Can you hear me, by the way? Okay, right, that's fine. Also, I use all methods of transport within the city. I prefer public transport. It's more environmentally friendly, if you like. And also, we have an excellent system when we can get the staff to run it. So I think we need to rejoice that we've got such a good system. Secondly, I do use a car when I want to do supermarket shopping, for example. Or indeed go and buy stuff from Mitre 10 or whatever. I am a pedestrian as well. I also use an electronic bicycle for recreation purposes, so I'm not shy of the cycling issues. I would like to reflect on the comments of the previous system about inadequate analysis of this proposal. I don't see any focus on the outcomes of what is to happen as a result of this. What are the outcomes? What are the current outcomes of cycleways already installed? You could look at the Bone Street one, for example. And indeed, you'll probably laugh at this, but I like to go to Spring and Fern Tavern in Thorndon, which I can see directly down Bowen Street and along Tinakori Road. And the other day, last time I did this, I actually took care to note the number of cyclists utilising that. There were 30 cyclists, and actually that surprised me over a period of about 2 hours. On the other hand, there were 10 buses. Now, compare the number of people being transported by cycle or by bus, and that probably gives you some sense of priorities. I notice in the analysis for your proposals that you weight increasing access or increasing safety of cyclists at 40%. Well, I'm sorry. That doesn't seem to stack up really when you consider the amount of usage there is, and also the analysis done by the Thorndon Residents Association on accidents within this area for different types of users. So I think I take my hat off to the cycling fraternity. I think they've done an excellent job lobbying for their cause, but nevertheless, there are many others in the community who need to have their interests taken care of. And I'll remind you that there are 3 major government departments in this area. No doubt a number of their public servants use public transport, and I was astonished to see the proposal for the removal of 2 bus stops. That is not adequate at all. It's not adequate for the people who work in that area. It's not adequate for some of us volunteers from the Genealogical Society who help at National Library, and it's certainly not adequate for those who are less able. I mean, removing bus stops is a ridiculous proposal, and I think that should definitely be canned out of this. And also, I'm a ratepayer, and I'm keen to see the rates not increase too much, and every little helps. So I say I don't support this proposal. We need to see some proper analysis on projected outcomes and the data on that, and then maybe we can move ahead.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much.
I've got a quick question from Councillor Pennant online.
Yep.
Thanks, John. We've had a number of submissions from medical professionals saying how good cycling is for people's health. Do you have a response to that? Thank you.
My response to that is I'm public health trained. I would agree with that. Cycling is certainly good, and that's one of the reasons I keep it up. But, hey, we have to keep things in balance here, and there are nice cycleways if you want to keep fit, all, in various parts of the region, which do not involve some quite major re-engineering and inconvenience to local businesses, etc.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John, for coming in today and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Jennifer Patterson, I believe you're online.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. So you've got 5 minutes, including time for questions, and it can go by quite quickly.
When do I start? Okay. The proposal raises serious concerns in relation to merit, spatial safety impact, and the feasibility of the 4 council planning objectives. 1, merit. The area targeted has low cyclist traffic. There is little merit. Only 81 cyclists travel down Murphy Street in the 2-hour peak period as per your study 2021, compared to the 1,000+ bus vehicles. This is a secondary connection with cyclists for which measures are already in place. Most cyclists avoid the very busy one-way hilly State Highway 1 feeder routes using alternate routes.
Sorry, Jennifer, we just got a bit of a muddy microphone, so you might need to speak up or put your microphone quite close to your face. It's just a little bit bassy in the room, so we can make sure we're hearing what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me better now or not?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, all right. I'll put it right. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Where was I up to? Sorry. I've lost my space now. So
you can start again if you'd like. We'll start 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Okay. So there are 4 merits, 4 concerns I have in relation to the proposal and in regard to the planning objective. 1, merit. The target area is low cyclist traffic, so I don't see little merit. Only 81 cyclists travel down Murphy Street in the 2-hour peak period as per your study in 2021, compared to 1,000+ vehicles. This is a secondary connection route for cyclists for which measures are already in place. Most cyclists avoid this busy one-way hilly south highway feeder route and use alternate routes. Since 2007, the NZTA accident database shows 7 reported accidents, none serious, and most at intersections. No bicycle accident occurred on the roads where the council plans to use car parks as cycleways. In contrast, thousands of pedestrians walk these streets daily, and there have been 30 pedestrian accidents on the same Thorndon roads over the same period, 5 of them serious. Currently, the traffic generally goes slowly, and generally with cars, cyclists, and pedestrians.
Sorry, Jennifer, I'm just going to interrupt you. We're still having a few sound issues.
Oh, okay.
If we can't get it right, what I can do is, I assume you're reading from a written submission, so I could get that sent to all councillors that are here to make sure that we read the written submission. We can try going a little bit further. It's just really difficult to hear in the room, so
Okay.
I don't want to...
I've just turned it up. Can you hear me better now?
That does work there, yep.
Okay, all right, we'll try again. So we're up to spatial. So I don't know where we got, it must have, I don't know how long are you able to start partway in again or not?
It's still sort of in between. Keep going for another minute. If we still have it, then I'll make sure we get a written submission to councillors.
Well, this takes 4.5 minutes. I timed it, and we probably already used up most of that. Yeah.
That's fine.
Anyway, okay. So spatial, the spatial footprint, positioning, area, size, density would not accommodate cycle lanes without seriously compromising all other transport connections. The 2 main streets, Molesworth and Mulgrave Streets, are narrow, busy thoroughfares with a built-up business and residential corridor which feed onto State Highway 1. There's no room for cycle lanes without removing car parks, some bus stops and rerouting streets. Adding floating bus stops cause buses to block lanes and create congestion, such as the half-kilometre traffic jam queues behind the stop buses at the new Tenakori Road, Botanical Gardens floating bus stop. Trying to cram in a cycle lane to disrupt all other connections is not the way to achieve number one planning.
Sorry, Jennifer, we're still getting the sound issues. I really hate doing this because I don't want to take away from your right to speak to us. It's just, it's coming in and out, and most of us are hearing sort of half a sentence before it tapers. So I don't want to do a disservice to, but if you...
I could do it on my mobile instead. Must be my computer.
If you'd like to try and reconnect, I can see if we can come back to you a bit later on in the piece.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
We'll do that for now.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. Cool. All right, we'll liaise with Jennifer to make sure we can get her back and so she can have a say. We'll jump over to Alex from the NZAA. No, Neil. He was this morning. Yeah.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Automobile Association, Wellington District, and the only slide I'm going to show today is of a peak hour cycle lane in Brisbane, because that forms part of our submission. We recognise and support the objective of creating safe transport improvements for all road users, and particularly support well-designed cycle lanes, but we also recognise that Wellington's topography and often narrow streets make it difficult to install separate cycle lanes without causing significant effects to residents, businesses and local communities. Consequently, we support and strongly recommend to Council a balanced approach to transport changes, including cycle lanes. We recognise the need for mode shift, but this should not be implemented without careful consideration of the consequential effects. I'd like to acknowledge the support we've received from the Thorndon Residents Association making this submission, because they have the local knowledge which we don't have. Regrettably, there are several aspects of the proposed cycleways in Murphy, Mulgrave and Molesworth streets that cause considerable concerns from a safety perspective. Our biggest safety concern is the proposed bi-directional cycle lanes in Molesworth Street from Aitken Street to Lambton Quay. This street has been one way for many years, and pedestrians and users of active forms of transport crossing the road and vehicles exiting the 2 driveways will not expect to meet a cyclist heading downhill contra flow. We note that the multi-criteria analysis gave the same ranking to a cycle lane going the full length of Mulgrave Street onto Thorndon Quay. As this route removes the high-risk bi-directional route, we recommend, if a cycleway is constructed, that this route be adopted. And I note that the cycling lobby submission also advocated going all the way down Mulgrave Street. The next point relates to small businesses. There are multiple small businesses on Molesworth, Murphy and Mulgrave Streets, and one of the previous submitters was from one of those businesses, most of which depend on short-term parking on the street for customers. We are concerned that the removal of 146 metered street car parks may result in some businesses closing. Such an outcome would not appear to be consistent with the Council's commitment to be a business-friendly city, as defined in its draft economic wellbeing strategy. We note that on Tinakori Road, one of the businesses has recorded a 50% drop in turnover since the parking outside was removed as part of the safety improvements. To avoid this happening in Molesworth and Murphy Mulgrave Streets, small businesses, we suggest peak hour bike lanes be used as per the Ostro's guidelines, which are enclosed. There are several peak hour bike lanes in use in South Australia and Brisbane. And if you look at the photo on the screen, what you can see there is a peak hour bike lane in Brisbane where people can park during the day and are required to remove their cars either for the morning peak or the evening peak. In our view, peak hour bike lanes would be a win-win solution for Thorndon, as they would allow off-peak parking yet still provide bike lanes in the morning and evening peaks. We suggest that Murphy Mulgrave Streets have peak hour cycle lanes from 7 to 9 and Molesworth Street, say, from 3 till 6. Just for your information, I spent 2 hours last Friday on Murphy Street and counted 37 bicycles coming down the street. This was in relation to hundreds of cars, and there were actually also 11 buses. Our next recommendation relates to the construction zone for 61 Molesworth Street. There are 2 main traffic lanes going up Molesworth Street, and we believe that the construction zone there should have a peak hour clearway so that in the evening rush hour, traffic wishing to go on the motorway doesn't have to queue up with traffic going to Wadestown and Northland. Our next one relates to the proposed bike lane in Murphy Street crossing the exit and entryways for the busy New World supermarket, and we are surprised that this risk was not identified in the safety audit for this project. We consider that the risk of a car hitting a cyclist coming downhill in the right-hand lane is high, and that an alternative proposal should be looked at, possibly even moving to the left-hand lane. This would also remove the risk or reduce the problem of banning right turns from Murphy into Pipitea Street. Our last comment relates to the raised pedestrian crossings. We asked Council how many accidents there had been on any of the existing pedestrian crossings, and there have been none. Therefore, for the arterial routes, we do not think it is necessary for having a raised pedestrian crossing, because the pedestrian accidents in the area are actually outside the crossings. Therefore, as there's no demonstrable evidence to suggest we need a raised crossing, we suggest it just be installed on Hill Street. My time's running out, so I will close my submission by saying I think the project needs a relook. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Just a quick question. I guess I'm looking at this slide that you've put up, and that street, if I'm comparing it to, say, Molesworth, obviously much more suburban, low pedestrian numbers, no government departments. So do you sort of a comment on whether that's a comparable example to what we're talking about in Thorndon?
Yeah, I think it's horses for courses. The question I've raised is, do you want small businesses to close in Thorndon? Because the evidence from the lady on Tinakori Road who I heard at the back bencher was that she suffered a 50% drop in turnover. I only counted 37 bikes going down Murphy Street last Friday between 7 and 9 a.m, and therefore I don't believe that there's a justification for spending 1.7 million on constructing cycleways for that relatively small number of cyclists. Even if the number doubled or tripled, it's still very expensive. You'd be better off fencing the waterfront, where you've had 7 fatalities in the last 10 years.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you.
All righty. Jennifer is with us, but she's going to come in after Richard. So, Richard, I'll welcome you. No, we have a few questions for you. So if we do the presentation to 5 minutes, and then we'll allow a bit more time for some questions afterwards.
Kia ora, councillors. Councillor McNulty, I'm sticking to a script that's been provided by my Thorndon community, and I'm judging we just might need the grace of a small extension, please, just to keep to this, if that's possible.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you. The situation. Our community, is there a slide? I should have a slide.
There you go. So when you want to move, you can just use this one, like that. There you go. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Situation. Our community understands the concerns about cycling safety. The Thorndon Residents Association is not opposed to cycleways. I am the chair of the TRA and an active cyclist. I safely cycled here. Compared to the rest of the city, the area of Thorndon covered by this traffic resolution is safe for cyclists. Protected cycleways will not improve safety in Thorndon. Council should focus on other city roads first. The Thorndon Cycle Network needs significant redesign before it can succeed. Thorndon has an issue with pedestrian safety. This is made worse by this proposal. A clear majority of submitters are telling Wellington City Council that what's proposed in Thorndon streets is not going to work. It is not needed. It is not what is wanted. It is focused on the wrong problem. We assume you have read the association's submission and perhaps the association's website. The association joined the Thorndon Community Group, which was formed in response to the public release of the Council's traffic resolution proposal. It was clear that Council had not adequately connected to the community up to that time over several months of the discovery project phase. The community group facilitated effective information outreach, and then affected people discovered for the first time that they'd be impacted and how. Why did so many choose to submit? Because the proposal as designed is really, really unnecessary, and even worse, perilous. Submitters were personally motivated by concerns by the design. It is clear that a significant majority of citizens oppose the Thorndon Connections proposal as it stands. The Thorndon Community Group facilitated just under 1,300 responses to Wellington City Council, and 78% strongly oppose the proposal. The traffic management for Thorndon. Car parks are scarce in our area. Don't remove any car parks. These are needed for people who not only can't cycle or drive, but can barely walk. Don't remove choices for our community. Clearly, the traffic resolution is focused on promoting cycling. It isn't focused on pedestrians, nor logistics, or property access, or other road use issues and requirements. There have been no cycling accidents in Molesworth Street in over 10 years, the map refers. Not even a non-injury incident, not one. It was a matter of cyclists being, if it was a matter of cyclists being killed or seriously injured, then there might be merit for parts of this proposal. If Molesworth Street's considered unsafe, then every single street in Wellington is unsafe. Is every street in Wellington going to have a protected cycleway? Just install them where there is genuine evidence that things are unsafe and leave the rest alone. TRA concerns about the design. This is inadequate to do anything except, just a moment, Kate Shepherd Place, per the map. One way, this is completely unnecessary and inappropriate. Removal of angled parking from Aitken Street and Stout Streets. There's no cycleway proposed for Stout Street, so why touch it? And leave Aitken Street alone. I must comment just on that. The alternative in green is what we're proposing. It is the logical way to get down to Lambton Quay, the fastest. Removal of right turns into Pipitea Street from Murphy Street. The busiest intersections are the supermarket entrances, and these retain right turns. The safety order is inadequate and incomplete. It has failed to consider the supermarket entrances and Little Pipitea Street. That's a really nasty intersection. Floating bus stops on Murphy Street, these are dangerous for bus users, particularly the disabled. And there's a lot of other details in our submissions. Response to the consultation on the Thornton cycleways, I'll just give you a few examples. I'm just repeating it. It's clear that a significant majority of people oppose as it is. It's not just about the numbers. It's about what these numbers mean. And here's what they mean. They mean, yes, our community very clearly does want safer roads. It means no to protected cycleways. It means no to removing car parks. It means support for traffic calming, speed management like 30k, support for good pedestrian solutions, no floating bus platforms, so separate cycle lanes, and no separate cycle lanes to have to navigate by the pedestrians. And the benefits and costs of removing car parks to install protected cycleways is simply wrong for this area. The so-called protected cycleways are a suboptimal and completely inappropriate fit for these streets. Any proposal that comes out of the Council for protected cycleways in this area will be opposed. The people have spoken. Please let us see democracy in action, open minds to the other real options. We ask this committee to support the wisdom of the Thornton community that, in this area, better solutions be explored to provide safety for everyone. And finally, our community wants to work, this is really important, our community really wants to work with council to make things work. We want to improve the safety of our streets for all users. There is a need for improved pedestrian safety. We want to use the opportunity to make our area safer. It is clear, however, that submitters have said that the loss of parking to install protected cycleways cannot be part of this solution. Redesigns needed now, not later. The council needs to fully engage the community, particularly affected people, on detail in its design processes, and this has not been the case to date. Concern about cycleway issues is significant and it is rising. The rest of the city is watching. They want to see this council advance superior solutions from the failures and lessons and the chaos of the past. On behalf of the Thornton Residents Association, thank you. The slide set is more extensive than I've been able to show you, but just an example on screen right now, two very simple things that could be done. Traffic calm by reducing the speed on Murphy Street. It's a downhill street and it's a tailwind in prevailing weather. Cyclists have no trouble in the traffic and it would be so much safer if there were sharrows and a 30k. So yes, I think I can leave it there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Just two questions already. One from Councillor Wienera.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. So an earlier submitter felt that those organisations who encourage and assist members of the public to make submissions in favour of cycleways were perhaps putting this committee at risk of hearing an unbalanced view, an unbalanced reflection of the community's views. Do you think that's true?
Well, I can only speak to you from the Residents Association point of view, and one of the reasons residents associations exist is to help advance information from local authority to communities, and we don't do that in an imbalanced way. We try to avoid that all the way. It's about getting the information out there, it's about outreach, and it's about inviting people to participate in our local government. So that's what we do.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. One of this proposal is based on the council's bike plan, which it agreed to last year, and to accelerate it. From your perspective, if that's the case, should we be proceeding, or is there something that we should be considering at this point?
There's been a lot of talk in the association about the application of Part 6 of the Local Government Act 2002. It's all about consultation, and most importantly, with the affected person or affected persons. Now, I don't think the decision by council last year expected the thing to be rushed through, ram-raided through so quickly that lots and lots of people in the community didn't even know any of the details about this when it landed on them on the 6th of March, just a few weeks ago. A proper consultation process would have had them fully involved in understanding the options. We haven't even got in the information provided by the traffic resolution, the options, some of the obvious options, like the way down Mulgrave Street and around to Lambton Quay, aren't even evaluated. And then you've got other things. There's data that isn't there, and you've also got a traffic safety audit that is completely incomplete with the really serious intersections. No, we didn't expect that's not a licence. That rush it through wasn't a licence to do these things. So you're not getting the full picture. You're not getting the people are not having an opportunity or didn't have an opportunity. And I think perhaps maybe more people have responded as a consequence. And when they found out what was going on.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Richard. Unfortunately, we're at time, so we will have to move on. Jennifer is going to rejoin us, and we can see you through there, so hopefully we'll be good with the audio now. Do you want to give it a quick test?
Thank you very much. How is it going? Can you hear me?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity again. Tell me when to start.
When you're ready.
Okay. I believe this proposal raises serious concerns in relation to merit, spatial safety impact, and the feasibility of the planning objectives themselves. 1, merits. The targeted area has low cyclist traffic, so is there merit? Only 81 cyclists travel down Murphy Street in the 2-hour peak period, as per your study 2021, compared to the 1,000+ vehicles. This is a secondary connection route for cyclists, for which measures are already in place. Most cyclists avoid this very busy one-way hilly State Highway 1 feeder route using alternate routes, and since 2007 the NZTA accident database shows 7 reported bicycle accidents, none serious and most at intersections, and no bicycle accident occurred in the roads where the council plans to remove the car parks to add cycleways. In contrast, thousands of pedestrians walk these streets daily, and there have been 30 pedestrian accidents on the same Thornton roads over the same period. 5 of them are serious. Currently, the traffic generally goes slowly, generally with cars and cyclists and pedestrians coexisting safely. The spatial footprint, positioning, area size, density, etc. would not accommodate cycle lanes without seriously compromising all other transport connections. The 2 main streets, Molesworth and Mulgrave Streets, narrow, busy thoroughfares are built up, business and residential corridor feeding onto the highway. There's no room for cycle lanes without removing car parks, some bus stops and rerouting streets. Adding floating bus stops cause buses to block lanes and create congestion, like the half-K traffic jam queues behind the new Tenakouri Road floating bus one. Trying to cram in cycle lanes and disrupt all other connections, is that the way to achieve the council's #1 planning objective, to make it easier for everybody to move around our city? I think this might make it harder even for cyclists. 3, safety. The proposal's severe changes to road conditions raises serious concerns to me for increased safety risks for all people in the streets of Thornton, with the potential to increase and more dangerous pedestrian vehicle cycle accidents by forcing traffic to cross the cycle lanes at New World's busy streets, more people to park further away and cross the busy roads, increased lane blocking and traffic congestion due to loss of parks and double parking by couriers, etc. Extra difficulties with child pickups and drop-offs from the 5 area schools in Paul, and 5, pedestrians avoiding cycles as they go to the floating stops, because cyclists do frequently ride through when a bus is stopped. These concerns do not weigh out well with your second planning objective, to connect the places where people want to go. That could be maybe the opposite. 4, impact. The proposal is more likely, in my opinion, to negatively impact current connections. Traffic feasibility and socio-economic connections impact studies would highlight this to me more, the spatially poor fit that I see in the flawed planning that I see. Hundreds of Wellingtonians use the public car parks throughout the day. Parks close to shops enable those who cannot walk due to age, disability, or having young children in tow. Removing car parks and bus stops will force people to find bus stops further away, then cross these busy roads. This is disincentivising to users of all ages and abilities, especially disabled. Others will take their business elsewhere, like Porirua, Lower Hutt. causing significant damage and further undermining our city, inner city, rather than opening up our streets for all people of ages and and abilities, as per your number 3 planning objective. Another significant impact of the road rerouting, residential egress changes, and erosion of bus services is the increased use of vehicles and congestion as users are forced to drive distances to other retail business centres with parking, e.g. supermarket shop, Lower Hutt rather than Thorndon Ewa. This contributes to increased emissions from road transport. And the council's planning objective is to reduce emissions. That's what we want. So this might not be met either. So my conclusion is we cyclists, and I'm one, love the idea of a cycleway, but even as a strong lobby group, I believe that we are not the main stakeholders here. Because I think the proposal, this proportionally overrides the needs and interests of the wider and larger group of street users of all ages and abilities in Thorndon. And no wonder there's huge opposition. And there's huge support too, but the plan doesn't take into account these peculiar merits, spatial, safety and impact issues for all the street users. The risks are high, and the added value on this basis, I wonder, is maybe more questionable, and it also fails on its 4 own planning objectives. So I'm actually urging you, councillors, if you can, to reject it. And I thank you very much for your time listening to my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just on time, and I'm glad we were able to get you back there. Do you have any quick questions for Jennifer? No, we are all good. So thank you very much for joining us today.
And thank you very much for having me back. All the best. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks.
We will move on to our last, but again, not least submitter, and we're going to change tack by talking about Kilbirnie for the end of the day. So Steve, would you like to come and speak with us? So we've got 5 minutes, and if we have some questions after it, we've got time.
Kia ora team, thank you for no doubt a very long day and listening. I'm here representing Destination KRL, which is the Kilbirnie Orongatai Railway Business Association. I'm really proud to represent our area because it's an awesome area. We've got a great range of businesses. It's a great place to live, and it's also a really good place to play. We've got pools, parks, beaches, we've got it all. So it's a really awesome part of Wellington. Now, on the Wellington City Council website, it outlines the purpose of a BID, Business Improvement District, and a couple of points it mentions are businesses decide and direct what they want in their area, businesses are represented and have a voice in issues affecting their area. We would love a consultative process when it comes to what's happening in our area with Kilbirnie Connections. We know that you have engaged us. We'd really love you to listen. And what I'm here to talk about today is our thoughts on the plan and what we think is going to work. So our vision for KRL, Kilbirnie Rongotai Lyle Bay, it's a growth area. We know Wellington's going to grow. We know this part of town hopefully is going to have the benefits of a bus rapid transport process system, and we would love to think that this is a huge part of the future of Wellington. And we would love it also to see increase cycling, scooting and walking in our area, as well as all the other modes of transport that will happen. Now, the advantage we've got over the Karoris and the Brooklyns and the Melroses is we're flat. And what flat means is we've got options. We're not stuck by the topography of the area. We can choose how people should get in and around our area. We actually really like biking and scooting and all the other options. We think it's really going to help our area. We've looked at all the studies and we know we don't automatically think this is going to be bad for business. We think it's going to be great for business. It just comes down to how well it's done in our area and the benefits, because we know more people walking past your shop front, it's better for your business, and that's what we want. We actually think KRL could be the poster child for multimodal transport in Wellington. It could be the Amsterdam of Wellington if we get it right. We know cars and bikes don't mix. To us, success looks like people having more modes of transport but not doing it on the roads. And we want to see people on bikes, our kids going to school and to parks, everyone getting to and from Kilbirnie, doing it on separate bike lanes. So we oppose the current Kilbirnie Connections plan, mainly due to where the bike paths are. Now, we've actually got an alternate plan which we think better fits the needs of our community. What it is building on the Leone Gill pathway. It's an awesome network in our area, and we think this can be built upon to improve all the options. Here's what our vision of the area looks like. You come in from the north, Cobham Drive, Evans Bay, hopefully new diagonal tunnel there. You're coming into Kubuni, down to Evans Bay Parade. You turn left along Rongotai Road. Instead of going down Onipu Road, you go left along that central island area of Rongotai Road, turn right down Ross Street, and then get onto Leone Gill pathway. That way, that means for 90% of that travel from the north end of Kubuni down to Lyall Bay Beach, you're on a separate bike path, which is safe. It means that more people have got room to use it, and we've got less safety concerns about people being hit by crossing traffic, especially at the north end of Onipu Road, and kids going across turning off main roads and being hit by cars coming out of their garages, driveways on Onipu Road. It also means that there'll be a lack or reducing the businesses at the north end of Onipu that are impacted for business, which is definitely a concern of ours, but definitely safety is a main factor because we can see it's the businesses that are going to be the ones dealing with people that are knocked off their bikes or being hit. It won't be the people doing the planning, it won't be the Wellington City Council, it's the business owners that are going to be there dealing with the consequences of the current plan. We also think critical to this plan is alternatives. We're saying, hey, okay, we want to reduce emissions, we want to get people out of their cars and using other forms of transport. We need a good public transport system. At the moment, Lyall Bay has got the highest, I think one of the highest cancellation rates of buses. It's not good enough. We want to know that if we're getting people out of their cars, the bus is going to turn up. I've got kids that are constantly telling me they're late for school, I can see it in reports, the bus is cancelled. If we want people to really embrace alternatives, you as a council need to make this work. For 4 years we've heard it's going to improve and it's not. So please make public transport work that is really going to help all part of this connections plan. The other thing is we'd love some more trees. Trees help beautify the area, but they reduce wind. Lyall Bay's got one of the lowest tree counts compared to the Wiltons and the Karoris. We've got no trees, so please include that as part of the planning.
Excellent. Thanks, Steve. We've got a little flurry of questions, so let's take it away, Councillor Paul.
Thanks so much, Steve, for a great submission. I was just wondering, just given that there seems to be a real desire to work together to really improve this neighbourhood, to improve Kilburnie. So I guess, are you guys kind of more amenable to the transitional approach that we're taking, which is, you know, using low-cost materials and interventions to figure out what works before putting in a permanent solution? And are you guys willing to work with us to really find what works and what doesn't work and find a solution that will eventually become permanent?
Looking at the alternatives that were considered, reading the 6 options like for Onipu Road, it doesn't seem to me that Leone Gill was considered as a true alternative. Looking at holistically at this, here's Pāenga-whāwhā, 166 k's coming from the north right to the south. What's our total vision? It seems like the vision was small, and our concern is this quick, put up quick, and let's just see how it's going to work, is going to create safety issues. It's going to create litigation, as we know from Pack and Save. It's going to create a lot of residential heartache. Why not just get it right the first time?
Councillor Calvert?
Yeah, probably just a bit on from that. So, how can a business cope with a transitional cycleway if a transitional cycleway goes in and then 3-4 months later said, oh, there's been unintended consequences on that business? How are the businesses feeling about that?
They are feeling don't put it in the first place and put it totally separate to the roads is how they're feeling.
Pāenga-whāwhā Kelly.
Thank you for your submission. Your alternative route route that you're proposing, the Leone Gill Road, how would that impact on taking out car parks? Because that's one of the things that we heard for the from the Onipu Road residents was a big concern that they would be losing more car parks.
The short answer is it wouldn't impact taking car parks off Onipu Road, because what you do is from the south is you transit Leone Gill meets Lyle Parade about 150 metres east of Onipu Road, so you access that from Lyle Parade, and then you can travel all the way up the Leone Gill pathway away from the roads until you get to Ross Street in this plan, and then you may lose some parks along Ross Street, but there is that flush median with trees along Ross Street right now. So I'd love to think that you could actually have a dual carriageway or something and not lose the on-street car parking. This would result in no parks hopefully being lost.
Hey, thank you. Obviously, you know the road a lot better than what we do. So thank you, thank you for the option.
Quick one from Councillor Randall, and we'll wrap up.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm just interested on what you want, what you would prefer to have next. Would you prefer for this to sort of go in and be tried, but maybe with some close monitoring early on, or would you rather that we stopped and we re-engaged and re-looked at the plan that alternative that you want? Which of those? Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we are going to move on. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
All right, so we just need to do a quick vote to close up the meeting. So officers have recommended the motion on the screen that we receive the information today, that we hear oral submitters and thank them for their submissions. I think that's yours, Sarah.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so I'm happy to move the motion, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Paul, first one I saw. All right. I'll now put the motion that has been moved and seconded. Those in favour press 1 and those against press... Oh, sorry, do we have any debate? Councillor Calvert?
Yes, I really would like to understand how there's a number of suggestions that have been raised, and I would like to understand how officers are going to consider that and how they're going to... have they got enough time to report to prepare the papers for? Is it next week?
2 weeks.
Well, but isn't the papers due out next week?
Yes, that's true.
By the end of next week. So I really would.
We're in debate, so we'll.
Yeah, if you could address that, please, Chair.
Okay. All right. So, Paul, sorry, Jennifer, seconder, do you want to take your right of reply?
Yeah. I guess I'll just say that it's been really great hearing the submissions over the last couple of weeks last week. And I think it's really important for us as decision makers to keep expectations realistic. And realistically, what we were asking for and what we heard a lot of was practical suggestions for how to implement these cycleway, the Thorndon and Kilburnie connections, because we've already decided that we are going to do an entire citywide transitional cycleway network. So now is not about relitigating whether we do that or not. Now is about trying to make it work and make it work for as many people as possible, but accepting that we have decided on a priority hierarchy that wants to make sure that pedestrians and cyclists and public transport users are safe, and that is an essential and non-negotiable part of transitioning to a low-carbon future that we have all agreed to doing. So I think as decision makers, we have a real responsibility to be realistic about expectations and to be honest with our community that this is not an opportunity to relitigate decisions that have already been made. So yeah, really happy to receive this information and to thank everyone for all of the hard work they put into their submissions to us.
Okay. Councillor Randall?
Yes, thank you. I too would like to understand, because I think, so first of all, thanks to submitters, not only the submitters who have been oral, but also every submitter that's done a written submission. I think it's been overwhelming having literally over a couple of thousand submissions on this these two important projects, and it's really good that the community has engaged. In terms of what the community is saying, I think it is important that the council listens, irrespective of what the community is saying. I think the community needs to understand the council's position about the Pāenga-whāwhā and the overall bike plan. I, as a new independent councillor, don't feel bound by the decisions made in the previous council. If the community says that those decisions are wrong, I think it's important that the council, this council, listens. And so I think it's under that spirit, under the spirit of democracy, that the council should always engage when it talks to the public and parts of public consultation. So I do want to understand how the officers are going to pull this together and how the officers are going to treat submissions that question the previous decisions of the council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. Councillor Free.
Yes, it's been quite an interesting process. I'm really grateful to the number of people who came and gave up a huge amount of their time, and to obviously my colleagues as well, and we've all given up 3 days, and staff. For me, when we first decided to do Pāenga-whāwhā, we envisaged it being very much a transitional cycleway, and that we would get it in the ground with very temporary materials without a huge amount of extra consultation with the public. But that hasn't in fact been the way that we've ended up delivering it. Because of the way our current legal system's set up, we have gone through a process where we have gone through formal consultations with the public, and that being the case, I think it's incumbent on us to genuinely listen and to accept that we may hear things that cause us to change our mind about what was initially proposed. Also, when these roads go in now, these cycle paths go in now, they're going to probably be there for quite a while in one form or another. Yes, they might be tweaked, but you look at the time that Brooklyn Pathway's been in there getting tweaked before it's actually become something permanent, which is about to happen soon. And it's not a light decision to put these in. And I do think it is really incumbent on us to do the very best we can. We have heard a lot of quite good, detailed feedback, and I feel that, I am confident that our staff are listening and that they're taking that on board, and that between us we will get the best we can do. Because temporary or not, nobody wants to be wasting time doing something that's not actually going to work. Yeah, so it's been a very good process. I really thank all the submitters for being very respectful. There were plenty that disagreed with some of what we're doing. It was also interesting that most people supported at least part of what we're trying to do. Particularly in Kilburnie, I think it would be fair to say there's quite a degree of support for what we're trying to do. But that doesn't mean to say that we can't take on board what we've heard to make it even better. So it's in that spirit that I'm going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Councillor Wīneta.
Yeah, kia ora team and members of the public. I think it's worth remembering, as Councillor Paul mentioned, that this initiative does fall into a wider strategy which recognises climate change as an existential threat to our capital city, and is simply one tool in our toolbox which we can use in conjunction with others to encourage a mass mode shift to sustainable modes of transport in order to sharply reduce our carbon emissions. That's our why. So when we consider the specifics of this, we have a team, some of whom are represented there, kia ora whalas, who will investigate with great skill and I'm sure in great granularity all of the local knowledge that is on display here today, and work on delivering the best version of this plan, which, as Councillor Paul mentioned, has already been resolved to be implemented, that we possibly can. So yeah, once again, it is about setting expectations, but it's also about respecting the mana of our communities in shaping this response as best as we can. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, friends. I think we heard a lot of very interesting submissions, and for me, it's the climate change, addressing the climate change action is just very important. At the same time, as someone small business, I can't just say listening to the businesses that are really struggling, I'm not listening to you. I think we really need to find a way how we can make this work for them. And I think we need to engage with officers how we can go back and work those businesses so in the way that it's not 100% gain for both sides, but at least compromising and at the same time addressing the safety of our children. I have a daughter who bikes to school. I wanted that to be safe for her. I got the businesses to be at the same time flourishing. There are people who also need cars. My wife, she drives to her workplace. She rely on car. She can't just pass as well as actually, which is very difficult to take 5 buses. Like, gonna take you 2 hours to go to her workplace, which is in Pararoa. So I think we are in just kind of a very big dilemma. We want the businesses to understand that. We also, as the councillors, we can't just say, no, everything is okay, we're going to move on. No, we have to have hard discussions after this as a councillors. We need to go and visit those sites, how it's going to work, and we need to have a good discussion with officers, how we can make it work for everyone. I do understand it's not going to be 100% for all, but let's try our best in addressing. This is just not, we're just talking about people's life. As much as I want to address the climate change right now and today, I also, as much as I want my daughter to be safe, I want the businesses that's feeding my daughter to be a bit flourishing as well. So how are we going to do all this? It's not easy. And let's find a way. Let's keep engaging with each other. We're not going to rush into this, but we have to follow some of the processes. We need to have hard discussion behind the closed door with each other as well. Let's not politicize it. We are talking about people's life. We are talking about people's businesses. So let's have a hard discussion behind the closed door, find a solution. It's not an easy one, but thank you for all submissions.
Thank you. Pāenga-whāwhā.
Oh, thank you. Everybody's basically said what I was thinking, actually. So if I was just to quickly summarise, I think for me, we do have to have a balance, and somebody said that just this afternoon, there needs to be a balance, and I think what we're hearing is there are some other options, and can we look at that? Can we consider that? And I just think that because we've had so many submissions, that I don't believe we've got it quite right yet, and that I would really like it to, because the question still hasn't been answered, what you asked, is what's the next steps, what are the officers going to do now, because I do think that bearing in mind what Councillor Paul has said as well, you know, we have to be honest with our residents as well and ensure that the expectation is real. You know, don't give false hope. But for me, I do, and we don't want to relitigate things, but for me personally, I don't believe we've got it right just yet. There's just too many things that, and some really good ideas that have come up, some really good options that I think maybe we need to consider it and what's been proposed and consider it and then see whether it's, yeah, no, we looked at that and that wouldn't work for this reason. But I think that we owe it to our residents to go back and let them know that we did hear them. We listened to what you said, we've considered it, but this is where we've landed. And then I'd be comfortable with the decision we make as long as we do consider what's been said to us today. Otherwise, it just becomes a joke that they've come and said all this stuff and we're not even listening. And if I could just say as well that while it might look like I'm not listening, I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Pāenga-whāwhā. I guess I'll summarise. So, look, thank you, Councillor Calvert, for actually going into debate. After 2.5 days, I think that was actually cathartic for us to just word salad all our thoughts on the table. So that was... I'll thank you for opening that up at this point. It was actually well worth it. I think, for me, sitting in the seat today, the status quo of our road space isn't working, has come through really loud and clear. And I really... A few months ago, I thought about the speed management plan we're looking at around the city with trepidation, you know, this idea that most of our suburban roads will move into these 30 with some 40s and 50s that we are looking to. And it seems that that is going to be one of the most bipartisan things our council might well do, given that there was almost unanimous support for speed reductions when we talked about these things across submitters, regardless of where you sat on cycleways. So that's one of the clear themes that's come through. I'll answer what I can on behalf of officers around next steps in process. So what I know is that as these submissions have been pouring in, they've been pretty much looked at in real time in terms of these ideas. Can we implement, can we change them, can we tweak? And building up, I suppose, a little bit of a bank of things to start analysing and working through, and then with conjunction of public submissions to take that further about what improvements we can do. I'll remind the councillors we're working on a transitional network here, so even Newtown is making changes recently on a constant basis, and what we're getting in terms of feedback from the public, feedback from councillors and the like as well. So that is the nature of what we're looking at here. We're looking to do, there has been an email, I haven't been able to read it because I didn't want to be rude, but VEDA's agreed to take us as councillors on a tour of these locations to start off with. So we will have a tour, which I assume will be open to all councillors. And to Kelly's point, that's where we can ask, well, why can't we go up the left side of Molesworth Street? Please explain that to us if that doesn't work. Why doesn't this work? Why can't we look at angle parking here? So that will be something that will occur, and I will welcome that opportunity to see and challenge officers thinking around some of these things. In terms of when papers come to us, they are planned to come to us next week, but the papers will make clear, I've been advised, all the changes that officers have made from what's gone out to the initial stage to people's letterboxes to where they've gotten now. So we've got a really clear idea of what has been listened to, because that is a really valid concern when it comes to consultation, that this council goes out there and it's a tick box exercise and nothing absolutely changes. And I can say, having sat here through Ngaio and Aro, things change. Things changed the day before the vote for Ngaio. Colway Street Dairy got 3 parks, P10 across the road, because officers found that they could make those things work. So I'm really confident we will find improvements, and what we will bring through is better than what's been presented. It's clear that what's been presented isn't perfect and that there are some major issues to come through, but I'm really confident we will get to a point that's better. So hopefully that's outlined a bit on the process and what's come through at the moment. There's a lot for us to think about. Tamariki, pedestrians, mobility, businesses, advisory groups, we've all heard from them, and my head's a little bit of a jumble after 2.5 days, to be honest, but I think I'll just leave it with, I really do want to thank all the members of the public that have come and submitted, all the members of the public that have listened in, to the Dem Services team for their work in coordinating and wrangling together what is a quite difficult process and schedule, and to the officers as well for diligently taking through notes in this process. So, and of course, last but not least, to fellow councillors and committee members as well for actively listening, I think engaging respectfully and taking these things on board. So hopefully that's a good summation on my own behalf. So I'm now happy to put the motion, which has been moved and seconded, to a vote. Those in favour, please press 1, and those against, please press 2. And that is carried unanimously. We'll now move to the conclusion of the meeting. So I declare the meeting closed. Please join in if you wish to say the closing karakia. Unahia, unahia, unahia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū, koia raiarongo, whakaria ake runga, kia wātia, aira kua wātia. Kia ora.